I greet the loving earth beneath our feet. I greet the stars in the sky, the moonlight in all her beauty. And I greet you, dear listener. You honor me with the gift of your company this night. Congratulations for making it through another day. Whether you come tired, restless, aching, or curious, the night has made space for you. If these stories resonate with you, feel free to like and subscribe, or simply say hello in your native tongue and let me know where you are listening from, so that I, myself, may look out upon the moonlit waters and remember that same moon visits us all under the same sky. And if the stories I tell come from your family, your town, your lineage, your people, I beg, forgive my tongue if I miss any words, and know that I speak them with careful respect for the cultures that kept them alive. Before we begin, a gentle note for any listener who carries ophidiophobia. Tonight's stories move beside serpent imagery, coils, scales, the calm presence of pythons beside shrines and riverbanks. I will hold those images softly and without any attempt to unsettle you. But if even gentle serpent imagery is too much for your spirit tonight, you may choose another story and I will not be offended. And if you stay, I will do my best to keep your mental and spiritual safety close at hand. And just between us, I know a certain woman of the water who has never rushed to shore for anyone. She understands timing. She understands entrances. She understands that longing ripens when it is not hurried. So if your thoughts are moving slowly tonight, do not trouble yourself. Even the tide arrives in installments, much like breathing. After a fashion, you could think of the tides as the earth herself taking steady breaths. In said fashion, let us mimic the rhythm of the tides with the air we breathe. Take a moment to notice it, the way it enters, cool, steady, gathering itself without effort, and the way it leaves, warmer now, longer, taking a little of the day with it. In as the tide gathers itself, and out as the tide smooths the shore. In and out. Good. You do not have to force a pattern. There is an older rhythm already at work. So, if you can, let the room become simple. Let the shadows in the corners soften. Let the world outside your window, the traffic, the voices, the wind, one last bright screen somewhere, fade into a faraway hush. You are safe here. You are held here. There is nothing you need to solve. There is only the story and the dark water it opens. And as you follow your own breathing, let the day peel away from you. The noise first, then the errands, then the names, then the little frictions that kept catching on your skin. We do not need them for the next little while. We are going to travel toward the shoreline beneath thought, toward the still water under the surface chatter of the mind, toward a place where mirrors darken, combs wait on stone, and the tide keeps its own slow counsel. You may follow my voice now. There is nothing to prove. Long before missionaries arrived along the coasts of West Africa and taught many communities to speak of desire in the language of shame, there were older ways of understanding the body. In those older ways, sexual energy was not treated first as sin. It was treated as force, as vitality, as generative heat, as something close to rainfall, close to germination, close to the push that sends green life through dark soil. And water stood at the center of that thought, not only as drink, not only as river or sea, but as origin, as threshold, as a road between what is visible and what is only half seen. Water-fed crops, cooled skin, carried trade, held fish, carved paths through earth, and in story after story, it also opened the way to the unseen. The same force that caused rivers to overflow and make the land fruitful was also understood to animate beauty, longing, vitality, fertility, and the dangerous brilliance of attraction. This matters tonight, because if we are going to sit with Mami Wata, we should not begin with a sermon. We should begin with a shoreline. We should begin with the old understanding that beauty can be sacred without being innocent, that desire can be creative without being tame, that pleasure may carry discipline inside it the way a wave carries salt. So tonight, I will lead you through stories. Old river stories, lake stories, dream stories, stories about mirrors, combs, serpents, imported perfumes, sudden wealth, and the private cost of being chosen by a spirit who refuses to be casual. We will move slowly. We will stay mostly with the folklore. And when we need lore, we will let it come through the objects and the people who carried it. There is a common mistake people make with Mami Wata. They try to pin her down too quickly. They ask whether she is a single goddess, a mermaid, a seductress, a colonial invention, a demonized memory, a Pan-African symbol, a trader's dream, a priestess's patron, or a warning about what happens when desire becomes too expensive. The calm answer is yes, or almost yes, because Mami Wata is less like a single biography and more like a cluster of stories gathering around water. She is a portable image complex, if one wants the scholarly phrase. But in the language of night listening, it is simpler to say she is a current with many faces. In some places, she is oceanic. In some places, she belongs to rivers, lakes, creeks, marshes, or estuaries. In some places, she folds herself around older local water powers. In some places, she arrives wearing foreign glamour, as if the sea itself has learned commerce. And because she moves through story rather than doctrine, the best way to know her is not to interrogate her like a witness. It is to let her approach as folklore approaches, sideways, by image, by repeated objects, by the strange manners of longing. There is a story type that appears again and again in Mami Wata lore from riverine and coastal West Africa. The details change, the names change, the shoreline changes, but the shape of the encounter remains. A person is alone near water, often a fisherman, sometimes a hunter crossing reeds at dusk, sometimes a trader washing travel dust from the feet, sometimes simply a person who had no plan to meet the invisible and yet arrived precisely where the invisible was waiting. At the edge of the water sits a woman of impossible composure. Not loud, not begging for attention. That would be too ordinary. She sits as if the world has already arranged itself for her comfort. Perhaps she is on a stone half wet with the river spray. Perhaps she is seated on driftwood or on the flat root of a tree that has learned how to lean over water without falling in. Her hair is long, her movements are slow, and in her hands are two objects that matter almost as much as she does, the comb and the mirror. The comb passes through the hair again and again, not in haste, not because there is a knot to defeat, but because repetition itself is a kind of enchantment, stroke after stroke, a rhythm you could almost mistake for prayer. And the mirror catches what little light remains. Maybe sunset, maybe moonrise, maybe only the silver patience of water reflecting itself. In these stories, the mirror is never just a piece of polished surface. It behaves like a small portable shoreline. It lets a person look into water without kneeling at the bank. It turns vanity into threshold. The watcher hidden behind reeds or shadow thinks first of beauty. That is the first hook. Not lust alone, not greed alone. Beauty, because beauty lowers the guard and persuades the mind that wanting is innocent. Then comes curiosity, then fascination, then the thought that perhaps one is not merely observing but being invited. And that is where many old stories do their careful work. They do not say desire is shameful. They say desire is persuasive. They say it has etiquette. They say it often arrives with terms hidden beneath perfume. In many tellings, the woman notices the watcher and slips beneath the water, not in panic, more like an actress making a graceful exit after placing the final prop exactly where it needs to be, and on the shore she leaves the comb or the mirror or both. This is the turning point, because now the human being must decide what kind of person they are when no one is watching. Do they leave the objects untouched and back away from the threshold? Do they call out into the water as one would call after a dropped cloth? Or do they pick up what beauty has left behind and carry it home? Again and again, the folklore answers with human honesty. They take it. They always seem to take it. Not because they are monsters, because they are human. Because a comb that gleams like wealth and a mirror that seems to know your face before you look into it are difficult things to treat casually. That night the dream comes. It comes with the authority of wet silk against the skin. It comes with a voice that does not raise itself. It does not need to. Return what is mine, or come where I am, or keep it if you understand what keeping it means. This is the beginning of the contract cycle so common in Mami Wata lore. A gift, a theft that is also an invitation, a night visitation, a bargain that can enrich, elevate, or ruin depending on how one carries it. The old stories are not interested in whether the listener can resist beauty forever. They are more interested in whether the listener understands that every seduction has structure. The water spirit does not simply want to be admired. She wants recognition, devotion, privacy, sometimes exclusivity, sometimes ritual, always consequence. There's another story cycle that follows naturally from the first. After the dream, after the invitation, after the human being says yes in whatever way the story requires, the chosen person is taken below. Now, below does not always mean drowning. In these tales, water is more hospitable than that. Water can become corridor, curtain, border crossing, or second atmosphere. A person enters and finds not mud, not suffocation, but a world arranged with impossible polish. Some storytellers describe a palace beneath the river. Some prefer the language of kingdom. Some say house. Some say compound. Some say it was simply a place too fine to belong to ordinary daylight. All of them mean roughly the same thing, luxury without explanation. In these submerged rooms there are polished surfaces, imported bottles, glass, cloth, beads, jewelry, carefully arranged foods from elsewhere, and the feeling that distance itself has been domesticated. What the market promised in fragments, the underwater world presents in completion. This is one reason scholars speak of Mami Wata as tied to trade, foreignness, and modern desire. The spirit's beauty is rarely isolated from objects. She is accompanied by commodities, not because the stories are materialistic in a small way, because they understand that longing often wears material form. A bottle of scent, a bracelet too bright for village routine, a mirror framed like a portal, a cloth that announces it has crossed water to arrive. Imported things have aura in the archive. They smell of distance, and distance is part of seduction. Once inside this watery court, the chosen person is fed, adorned, instructed, and watched. In some tellings, they are touched only by atmosphere, not by hands. In others, they are maid, spouse, consort, beloved, initiated one. The language varies because communities vary. The important thing is that intimacy becomes governance. Mami Wata law is full of erotic contracts, yes, but the eroticism is almost never there just for ornament. It teaches something. It asks what desire can reorganize. A sleeping life, a marriage, a business, a reputation, a future. The chosen one returns to the human world changed. Sometimes noticeably beautiful, sometimes suddenly fortunate, sometimes merely quiet in a way that makes relatives uncomfortable, sometimes wealthy beyond what the community thinks honest labor can explain. And here the gossip begins. Because folklore is not only a love letter to the marvelous, it is also a village technology for discussing what cannot be proven directly. Where did that money come from? Why has that person stopped taking ordinary lovers? Why do they wake from sleep as if they have been somewhere else? Why do mirrors gather in their room? Why do they look at the river with recognition rather than fear? The chosen one may prosper, but prosperity in Mami Wata stories is rarely loose. It arrives braided with obligations, silence, fidelity, ritual offerings, abstinence at certain times, care around certain foods, respect for particular days and waters. And if the contract is broken, the stories say the blessings loosen just as efficiently as they arrived. Money thins, sleep spoils, the body refuses ease, marriage prospects tangle, fertility may close like a door being pulled inward from the other side. This is where we should be careful not to flatten the tradition into simple morality. The lesson is not only do not want, the lesson is also know the etiquette of what you want. Know that desire has kinship consequences. Know that beauty can ask for devotion. Know that wealth gained through spirit rather than community may cost community in return. There is a southeastern Nigerian style of telling and many neighboring variations in which a person does not merely meet the water spirit at the bank. They marry too close to the water without knowing how close they have come. In one quiet version of that story, a man takes a bride who seems modest, disciplined, almost too composed. She is beautiful, but not in the flamboyant way of market admiration. She is beautiful in the way cool water is beautiful, reflective, unavailable to grasping hands. Soon, the household begins to feel unusual. Nothing theatrical. That would be a lesser storyteller's choice, only small things. A mat that stays damp long after dawn. A scent of brine where there should be only smoke and soap. A sleeping body too cool to the touch. Hair that does not like to remain tightly bound. Then stranger signs. Cowries where none were placed. Coins that appear as if rinsed ashore, fish behaving with inconvenient familiarity, water seeming to know the bride by name. The husband in such stories is usually not wicked. He is simply outmatched by a marriage he thought was ordinary. And that is another theme hidden in these tales. Not every union belongs fully to the human world. Some loyalties were signed elsewhere. Some vows predate the wedding cloth. Eventually, an elder, diviner, or ritual specialist explains what the house has been trying to say all along. The woman is claimed by the waters. Different traditions phrase it differently. All are speaking about divided allegiance. And so the marriage cannot settle into dry domestic certainty. It may bring wealth, it may bring prestige, it may bring stories whispered with equal parts envy and pity, but it rarely behaves like ordinary household blessing. In some endings, the water spouse returns to the river. In some, the human partner is left wealthy but lonely. In some, the whole village learns that money without social ease is not uncomplicated good fortune. And in some, the surviving lesson is simply this: not every beautiful arrival is meant for possession. This story cycle is one of the clearest examples of how Mami Wata lore educates through domestic unease rather than public spectacle. It lets a community think about sexuality, secrecy, spiritual marriage, and the danger of confusing appearance with availability. A beautiful wife may not be only a wife. A prosperous husband may not be prospering alone. A damp floor may be telling theology in the language of housekeeping. Now let us come inland a little, to one of the most elegant neighboring figures in the Nigerian water archive, Uhamiri of Oguta. If Mami Wata is often the traveling composite, the portable seduction complex, the glamorous and dangerous water mother who learns new faces in every port, Uhamiri offers something more locally anchored and lake-bound. She is remembered as a lake woman of wealth, beauty, autonomy, and exacting power. In Oguta traditions, Uhamiri is frequently described as beautiful, richly adorned, and childless. This childlessness is important, not because it makes her incomplete, because it makes her different from the easy equation between womanhood and motherhood. Her power does not depend on bearing children. It depends on alliance with water, beauty, prosperity, and spiritual authority. And beside her, in the imagery, there is often a comb. Not just any comb, a golden comb. This is such a fine detail because the comb can seem ordinary until folklore places it in divine hands. Then the object opens like a door. The comb becomes grooming, yes, but also refinement, discipline, self-fashioning, the ordering of what might otherwise become wild. In the case of Uhamiri, the golden comb says that beauty is not passive. Beauty is labor. Beauty is curation. Beauty is a form of spiritual management. To comb the hair is to pass order through abundance. To say that power can be adorned without being domesticated. And then there are the pythons, quiet companions, messengers of the divine, not rushed, not theatrical, present with the grave patience only serpents seem to possess. In these lake and river traditions, snakes do not signify only fear. They carry associations with deep life force, hidden movement, divination, dangerous wisdom, and the old intimacy between water and the creatures that know how to slip between visible worlds. When a python appears beside a water goddess, it is as if the story is saying, here is power that does not waste motion. There are also stories and social memories of women called by such spirits through dreams, illnesses, restlessness, or uncanny attraction to water. A woman dreams too vividly of the lake, or falls ill until a shrine is made, or begins to prosper only after accepting a ritual vocation. Then what seemed like affliction is reread as calling. This is another important correction the folklore offers. Not every disturbance is punishment. Sometimes the body becomes unsettled because it is being recruited into another kind of work. That work may make a priestess, a healer, a trader whose success no one can ignore. A woman whose wealth grants her independence from the ordinary script of wifehood. In many such traditions, water spirits do not merely seduce, they sponsor authority. This is one reason Mami Wata and neighboring figures remain analytically powerful. They allow communities to think through a form of female dignity that is not reducible to sweetness, submission, or motherhood. A woman may be richly adorned and still not belong to anyone lightly. She may be sensuous and still governed by terms of her own. She may be desirable and also economically superior. and nearby in Igbo water, Memory, stands Idemili, another current of prestige, fashion, success, and titled womanhood. If Uhamiri's golden comb suggests lake wealth made elegant, Idemili suggests water as polish, rank, and entrepreneurial ascent. Placed beside one another, these figures let the archive say something quietly radical. A woman may be adorned, prosperous, publicly powerful, and still answer first to her own spiritual charge. If Oshun often represents sweetness, relational fertility, and the honeyed charm of river love, and if Yemoja is remembered in many contexts as maternal breadth and oceanic protection, Mami Wata and Uhamiri keep another register alive. They preserve the knowledge that water can be intimate without being maternal, that it can lure rather than cradle, that it can make a woman powerful through distance, glamour, and difficult terms. By now you can feel the pattern. Mami Wata stories do not travel alone. They travel with a small retinue of objects, and each object is a little lesson if we handle it properly. First, the mirror. The mirror is vanity, yes. The stories do not hide that, but vanity is only the first layer. The deeper layer is threshold. Water has long been imagined as a dividing surface between the human world and the spirit world. The mirror lets that surface enter the room. It is a private lake one can hold in the hand. To look into Mami Wata's mirror is not merely to admire the self. It is to see the self under pressure from desire. To see what you want when no elder is standing behind you. To see how easily longing dresses itself as destiny. Then the comb. The comb belongs to hair, and hair in this archive is never innocent decoration. Hair is sensuality, hair is foreignness sometimes, hair is care, hair is repetitive labor, hair is time spent preparing the self for appearance. Hair is also destiny being stroked into order, strand by strand. When Mami Wata combs her hair at the water's edge, she is not only making herself beautiful, she is staging a ritual of attention. She is slowing the witness down. She is teaching the body to watch, and watching, as the stories know very well, is often the first surrender. Then the serpent. The serpent coils around the shoulders, waist, arms, or shrine image not only as danger, but as disciplined energy. It is life force without wasted language. It is erotic charge without the embarrassment of explanation. It is wisdom that moves in curves instead of straight lines. The python especially matters because it joins water, divination, patience, and taboo. A coiled snake says that power can remain still for a very long time and still be power. It says that beauty need not flutter to be effective. It says that softness and danger are not enemies. Then the imported goods: perfume, the gin, jewelry, cosmetics, glass, polished bottles, foreign cloth. These are not random decorations on an altar. They tell the historical side of the folklore. That Mami Wata became a perfect spirit for port cities, traders, sailors, migrants, markets, and people learning how desire changes when commerce thickens around it. She smells of the shoreline where goods arrive from elsewhere. She shines with the glamour of things that crossed water to get here. This is why her mythology so often links sexuality and wealth. Not because the archive is crude, because it is observant. It notices that markets make fantasies. It notices that foreignness intensifies glamour. It notices that prosperity can feel seductive long before it feels ethical. And then there are cowries, coins, pearls, and the little bright proofs of unexplained increase. Whenever such things appear in a Mami Wata adjacent story, they rarely mean simple abundance. They mean abundance with a question attached. From where? By whose permission? At what cost? the mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. There is even a story about Mami Wata that is not exactly a myth, yet behaves like one. It is the story of an image. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, popular print culture was moving through trade routes and port cities with remarkable speed. Among the images that traveled was a snake charmer picture associated with European print houses, remembered especially through a Hamburg chromolithograph tradition. It showed a foreign woman with flowing hair, direct gaze, and serpents arranged around her with unsettling ease. Now, the clever thing is this. West African viewers did not simply bow before a foreign poster as though it brought revelation from nowhere. They recognized in it something already half familiar, a visual grammar that could be translated into existing water spirit logics, beauty, serpent mastery, otherworldly glamour, dangerously composed femininity. And so the image was not passively copied, it was adopted, argued with, localized, ritually reread. That foreign snake charmer face could become Mami Wata because Mami Wata was already the kind of figure who knew how to wear imported surfaces without losing her old watery core. This historical episode matters because it reveals something essential. Mami Wata is not a frozen relic of untouched antiquity. She is dynamic. She absorbs roots, images, goods, anxieties, technologies, and still remains legible as water power. That adaptability is part of her seduction. She looks old enough to be ancestral and modern enough to step off a ship carrying perfume. She lets communities think about what happens when ancient spiritual categories meet capitalism, cosmetics, cinema, and imported shine. In some coastal ritual worlds, Mami Wata does not stand entirely alone. There are related spirits, expanded pantheons, and sometimes male counterparts. One name that appears in these conversations is Papi Wata, where Mami Wata often carries the concentrated image of seductive feminine glamour. Papi Wata can appear as a giver of wealth, a dream figure, a masculine or androgynous water presence, or part of an enlarged spirit network shaped by coastal exchange and the adoption of traveling images. The water world, in other words, is not always a single face in a single mirror. Sometimes it multiplies. This too feels true to water. Rivers divide and rejoin. Tides return by more than one road. Pantheons near the coast often learn the same trick. They become additive. They gather new spirits without becoming empty of the old ones. And if we drift now, very slowly, across the Atlantic, the stories continue in altered accents. La Sirène in Haitian Vodou keeps some of the same marine glamour. The comb, the mirror, the song, the pull toward depth, the idea that underwater beauty can be knowledge as much as temptation. She is not simply Mami Wata with a new passport. Diaspora spirits deserve more respect than that. But they do sit in conversation across history. The Atlantic broke many things and translated many others. Water spirits survived through adaptation. This is where the Papa Legba link can be touched gently. Not because Papa Legba is a water spirit, he is not. And not because he is identical to every West African threshold figure. That would be careless. But in Haitian ritual logic, Papa Legba is the gatekeeper who opens communication with other Loa. He is the old one at the threshold, the keeper of passage, the patient hand on the latch between worlds. So if the mirror in Mami Wata lore behaves like a portable threshold, and if water itself behaves like a border across which spirits and humans sometimes speak, then Papa Legba's relevance is not that he becomes Mami Wata, It is that he belongs to the architecture of access. He opens roads, and roads matter when stories have crossed an ocean. This is similar in a careful comparative way to how Yoruba discussions of Eshu or Diaspora figures like Elegua preserve the idea of a threshold intelligence, not the same lineage in every case, not the same theology, but neighboring guardians of passage meeting at the crossroads of Atlantic history. So one could say it softly like this: Mami Wata teaches what the water offers and demands. Papa Legba teaches that not every gate opens itself, and together in the long afterlife of Atlantic religion, they remind us that longing always needs a road. By now the night has done its work. You can feel that these tales are not only about a beautiful spirit by the water, they are about the management of desire, about the etiquette of beauty, about consumer longing, about female authority, about the suspicion that sometimes follows sudden prosperity, about the body as a place where social contradiction becomes visible. They teach that sexuality is not merely private, it is social, economic, spiritual, narrative. It can build a household, complicate a marriage, elevate a priestess, destabilize a village, enrich a trader, or force a community to ask whether wealth without transparency is blessing or bargain. They teach that beauty is not powerless. Beauty can govern, beauty can negotiate, beauty can recruit, beauty can demand discipline from the very people who imagine they are only enjoying it. And perhaps most beautifully, these stories refuse the lazy split between sacred and sensual. They know the body can be a site of reverence. They know adornment can be theology. They know a comb, a mirror, a bottle of scent, or the cool passage of water over skin can become part of spiritual education when a culture pays close enough attention. This is why the old archive remains alive. It does not only tell you what to fear, it tells you what to notice, how desire speaks, how glamour persuades, how some powers arrive smiling and still require terms. There is a particular sadness that returns again and again in the lore of water spirits, of sex and excess, and it is not the sadness of poverty. It is the sadness of a house that shines too brightly and grows too quiet. In many West African societies, and very much in southeastern Nigerian tellings, fertility is never merely private appetite satisfied in secret. Fertility is social continuation. It is the sound of lineage stepping forward in small feet. It is the reason a cooking pot is larger than one mouth. It is the reason an elder looks at a courtyard and imagines who will inherit the sweep of it when the present hands are gone. To be childless in such a world is not simply to miss a personal dream. It is to stand in a current of explanation, speculation, sympathy, and accusation. This is what makes the Mami Wata bargain so sharp. The spirit can grant beauty, charisma, business success, luck, fish, customers, imported pleasures, social rise, and that strange electric magnetism that makes a room turn its head when one person enters. But in many cautionary logics, she may also withhold ordinary fecundity. The same water that promises life may, when crossed in the wrong manner, close the body instead of opening it. The same lover who sweetens the night may leave the cradle empty. The same mirror that flatters the face may quietly refuse the future. This is not simply an old superstition that wealthy people are punished because villagers dislike ambition. The archive is subtler than that. These stories are often suspicious, not of prosperity itself, but of prosperity detached from communal rhythm. Wealth that comes too quickly, too privately, too fragrantly, as though it arrived wearing imported perfume and refusing to explain itself, begins to feel erotically charged and spiritually sponsored. It glows, it isolates, It changes the gate. And because it changes the gate, it invites narrative. Folklore steps in where accounting falls silent. Imagine for a moment a man in a river town whose fortunes rise with indecent smoothness. The old canoe gives way to a new boat. The patched wrapper becomes finer cloth. Bottles begin appearing in the house, their glass cool and foreign in the hand. He eats better, his skin is oiled. He speaks with new softness, as if someone more beautiful is listening just behind the wall of the visible. People notice. Of course they notice. Communities are built to notice. Yet as his compound grows larger, the bed at the center of it becomes curiously barren. No crying child, no little sleeping mat laid near the door, no toddler tugging at the hem of a mother, too tired to glamour herself for market. Now imagine the wife or the would-be wife in such a tale. She is often the one who feels the contract first, not because she has been briefed on the terms, but because bodies are good at recognizing when desire has already been pledged elsewhere. A husband grows beautiful but absent. His touch cools. His eyes become river-minded. He lies beside her and seems to be listening to another room. The marriage is intact enough for outsiders. There is cloth. There is food. There may even be laughter in daylight. But the bed does not warm into future. The water spouse, in the logic of the tale, has not only entered the man's dream life, she has entered the jurisdiction of his seed. There are inverse versions too. A woman becomes prosperous, glossy, enviably self-possessed. Her trading stalls flourish. Her wrists grow heavy with bracelets. Her skin smells of expensive soap. She walks with the kind of composure that can irritate people who mistake self-command for pride. Men desire her, yes, but in some tellings they do not keep her. She may remain unattached or attached only under strict terms, or she may become known as one whose body answers first to water. In those stories, childlessness can be framed not only as punishment, but as separation from ordinary domestic expectation. This is where the archive becomes especially interesting, because what is a curse in one social register can look almost like freedom in another. That contrast is why Uhamiri matters so much beside Mami Wata. Uhamiri's beauty and wealth are often remembered without the same tone of moral panic. She is famously childless, yes, but her childlessness is not always narrated as failure. Sometimes it becomes a sign of untethered female power, a refusal to let motherhood define the entire perimeter of sacred womanhood. Mami Wata, by contrast, often appears in a more anxious key. Her bargain can make a human childless in order to dramatize what happens when erotic devotion migrates away from lineage and toward glamour, secrecy, and individual advancement. So the difference between these water figures is worth feeling with the skin, not just the mind. In one current, childlessness can be autonomy, the lovely danger of a woman who does not need ordinary approval. In another current, childlessness becomes sanction, the body quietly announcing that a bargain has been made at the wrong threshold. The stories hold both possibilities because communities needed both. They needed images of female power that exceeded domestic law, and they needed cautionary narratives for wealth that arrived too elegantly to be trusted. One of the most effective features of these tales is that they rarely stage infertility as thunderbolt punishment. They stage it as a kind of closing. The body does not shatter, it withdraws. Desire may remain, beauty may even increase. The person may still dress finely, dance well, dream vividly, and attract attention with devastating ease. But something in the house of generation goes dim. This is what makes the stories intimate. They do not punish from the sky. They punish from inside the bed, from the calendar, from the private waiting between one moon and the next. and that is deeply consistent with the larger cosmology. If sex is power, then power can bless or block. If erotic energy is sacred force, then sacred force may choose to move abundance toward money, beauty, status, and charisma, while withholding abundance from reproduction. Folklore understands this with a cruel kind of precision. It knows that abundance is not one thing. There is the abundance of customers, the abundance of lovers, the abundance of compliments, the abundance of imported goods, the abundance of wet dreams, the abundance of gossip, and then there is the abundance of children. Water spirits of sex and excess can separate those streams and make a life heavy with one kind of plenty and painfully dry in another. Listen to how sophisticated this is. The stories are not just condemning pleasure. They are measuring the moral shape of pleasure. They are asking which forms of satisfaction keep a person braided into the social body, and which forms make that person shine alone. They are asking whether glamour can replace kinship, whether perfume can stand in for continuity, whether a lover from the water, however beautiful, can substitute for the slow, sometimes unglamorous labor of shared human life. And when the answer comes back as no, the answer is written not on stone tablets, but in the silence of a nursery. This is why the rich but childless motif still stings even when one rejects its harsher moral judgments. It is a narrative machine for thinking about excess. Not only sexual excess, though certainly that. Not only financial excess, though equally that. It is excess as misalignment. Too much beauty without rootedness. Too much wealth without explanation. Too much intimacy with the invisible and not enough availability to the living. In the language of bedtime story, one could say the spirit has kissed the life too beautifully on the mouth and drawn it away from the village's usual path. There is another phrase hidden beneath the spirit spouse stories, and it is a phrase the older archive never quite states in scholarly language, though it constantly performs it. Sex becomes jurisdiction. In many Abrahamic moral systems, sex is treated first as a matter of rule. The law precedes the appetite. The prohibition comes before the atmosphere. But in many water spirit tellings, the order is different. Atmosphere comes first. The dream, the perfume, the shoreline, the mirror, the body waking as if it has already been addressed by another world. Only after that does rule arrive. Only after desire has become undeniable does jurisdiction announce itself. The Spirit says, in effect, because you have crossed into my register, your body is now part of my legal territory. This is why the tales of spirit marriage can feel so adult, so unsettling, and so erotically intelligent. They do not present sex as one event among many. They present it as transfer of allegiance. A person dreams of an extraordinarily beautiful figure emerging from water, standing on a rock, combing dark hair, rising from river foam with serpents along the arms, or seated in a palace too polished for ordinary language. The dream becomes intimate. The sleeper wakes not merely excited, but altered, with the unmistakable sensation that some part of the self has already said yes before the waking mind had time to negotiate. From there, the rules begin to gather: loyalty, secrecy, offerings, abstention on certain days, avoidance of some kinds of touch, refusal of another lover, or refusal of marriage altogether, or the slow collapse of any human relationship that tries to compete with the invisible spouse. In some variants, the possessed person no longer desires their earthly partner as they once did. In others, every attempt to marry is mysteriously blocked. In still others, marriages begin, but the bride or groom dreams constantly of wet corridors, mirror rooms, cold hands, and the old seductive figure waiting below. It is less that the spirit says no sex. It is that the spirit insists, not on terms you alone decide. This distinction matters. Mami Wata is not prudish. The water spouse complex is not anti-erotic. It is almost the reverse. It makes eros so powerful that it cannot remain casual. In that sense, these stories are extraordinarily aligned with the user's present theme, water spirits of sex and excess, because they refuse the modern fantasy that desire is meaningful only when it is unrestricted. In the archive, desire matters because it binds. It binds bodies to dreams, dreams to obligations, obligations to ritual, ritual to social consequence. To be desired by the spirit is to be placed under gorgeous pressure. Consider the language communities use around such experiences. A person may say they were visited, mounted, claimed, closed, opened, married in the water, called by the lake. None of these phrases sound like mere metaphor when spoken in the right room. They carry bodily conviction. They explain erotic disturbance without reducing it to psychology alone. A young woman who cannot settle with any suitor may be said to have a spirit husband. A man plagued by powerful nocturnal encounters, sudden luck, and relational failure may be said to have a water wife. The language is less interested in diagnosing libido than in explaining why intimacy has become over-determined. And this is where the sensual undertone of these tales deepens into something almost pedagogical. The archive teaches that to be touched by desire is to be answerable, not guilty, answerable. There is a difference. Guilt belongs to crude moralism. Answerability belongs to a subtler ethics, one that says power has terms even when pleasure is real. If a spirit visits a person in dreams with all the softness, beauty, and exquisite command associated with Mami Wata, then that person has entered a contract zone. Their body becomes a negotiation table. Their nights become a courtroom where scent, memory, longing, and taboo argue without raising their voices. Many stories dramatize this through jealousy. A man prospers through water spirit favor and later tries to marry a human woman as if the original arrangement were only an episode. He soon finds that the invisible does not appreciate emotion. Wealth thins, illness arrives, dreams intensify. The new marriage grows tense with something that cannot be named politely at breakfast. The human wife may never see the spirit, but she feels the terms of the spirit's displeasure in the altered behavior of her husband, in his distracted desire, in the failures that begin accumulating like dampness in corners where sunlight ought to reach. In this way, erotic exclusivity becomes one of the primary tools by which the archive thinks about excess. Too many lovers, too much secrecy, too much private pleasure detached from social form, too much greed disguised as romance. The water spirit does not simply punish unfaithfulness in the abstract. She exposes the illusion that one can enjoy spiritual glamour without honoring spiritual structure. This is what makes the stories feel so intimate and so cruel. They do not strike from outside. They allow the violated terms of pleasure to unravel the life from within. Even abstinence is handled in this register. It is not framed as a joyless denial of the flesh. It is framed as timing, discipline, ritual preparation, a necessary cooling of the body before visitation or after initiation. Some communities describe periods in which the devotee must avoid sex to keep the channel clear, to keep the body ritually bright, to avoid offending the spirit spouse, or to prevent the spirit from closing them. Such phrasing can sound severe when translated into plain English, but inside the folklore it makes elegant sense. If sexuality is sacred power, then power cannot simply be spent whenever the mood rises. This is also why the archive can feel unexpectedly intimate in its body language. Not just bodies touching, though that is part of it. Bodies waiting, bodies withholding, bodies becoming beautiful under rules they did not draft, but have now learned to obey. The softness of the bedsheets, the scent on the wrists, the sense of being desired by something more lavish and more exacting than any ordinary lover. These details matter because they make the contract believable. The spirit spouse tale succeeds not by shouting danger, but by making surrender feel almost reasonable. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of all. Excess rarely begins as ugliness. It begins as irresistible refinement. It begins as a lover who seems to understand your hunger better than your waking life does. It begins as the answer to loneliness, the shortcut around uncertainty, the intimate solution to social frustration. Water spirits of sex and excess know this. They know that the dangerous thing is rarely desire itself. The dangerous thing is how beautiful desire can look when it wants jurisdiction over the whole life. If one wants to understand the sensual intelligence of Mami Wata worship, one must sit very quietly beside the shrine table. Not because the table is crowded, because it is articulate. There on that table may be bottles of perfume, a mirror, combs, powders, cosmetics, jewelry, cloth, alcohol, perhaps even objects with no local origin story, except that they came from elsewhere and therefore arrived charged with distance. To the impatient observer, these items can seem vain, almost embarrassingly glamorous compared with the rough seriousness people expect from religion. But the archive understands them differently. These are not superficial extras tacked on to devotion. They are the grammar by which erotic power is materialized, tended, and contained. Take perfume first. Perfume is one of the most intelligent ritual objects a sensual spirit could demand. Unlike a necklace, perfume has no fixed outline. Unlike cloth, it cannot be folded and set aside. It enters the air. It crosses the room before the body does. It touches skin and then becomes atmosphere. In this sense, perfume behaves very much like desire itself. You do not always see it arrive. You notice that the room is altered. Something has passed. Something subtle has taken jurisdiction over attention. A shrine bottle of scent is therefore not just luxury. It is theology in volatile form. In coastal trade histories, the smell of imported goods mattered. Soap, pomade, powder, alcohol, treated cloth, polished wood, canned foods, and scent all carried the charge of elsewhere. They announced ships, ports, commerce, cosmopolitan aspiration. Mami Wata, as a spirit linked so often with foreignness and glamour, naturally gathered such objects around herself. Her scent says the water has traveled. Her perfume says excess is not merely local hunger magnified. It is desire dressed by routes, containers, and transoceanic contact. And scent is also erotic in a way the archive never needs to overstate. A lover may be remembered by fragrance before the face returns. A bed may testify through smell before language enters. A ritual room may become charged with perfume until the boundary between worship and seduction blurs beautifully. This is one reason beauty rituals appear so strongly around Mami Wata devotion. The spirit is not imagined as indifferent to presentation. She is meticulous. She likes surfaces prepared. She likes the body arranged with intention. She likes the atmosphere to announce that the ordinary has been sweetened into invitation. Now, the powder. There is something quietly brilliant about powder on a water shrine. Powder is dry. Water is wet. Powder absorbs, softens, mattifies, perfumes, and lightens the feel of skin. It is a cosmetic answer to humidity. A body touched by water spirits may therefore be tended with substances that make wetness more inhabitable. Powder on the chest, throat, collarbones, shoulders, or face becomes part of a grammar of refinement. It tells a body that to be chosen by glamour, one must also learn maintenance. Excess that is not maintained becomes mere chaos. Mami Wata prefers curated excess. Then the mirror again, but now on the shrine rather than in the dream. On the shrine, the mirror is no longer merely bait for the human observer. It is a place where the spirit may see herself, where devotees may see the ideal self they are trying to align with, and where the watery threshold is domesticated into furniture. A shrine mirror lets the altar behave like a tiny lagoon. It gives the spirit a face space. It gives the devotee an instrument of self-fashioning. One looks into it and does not see only skin. One sees status, possibility, magnetism, and the dangerous temptation to confuse appearance with blessing. Jewelry follows naturally. Bracelets, rings, beads, pendants, bright metal, polished stones. Jewelry is not only adornment, it is condensed wealth made wearable. It places value against pulse points and asks the body to carry commerce as beauty. This is entirely appropriate for Mami Wata, whose mythology so often binds erotic power to economic power. To wear jewelry under her sign is to let the body become market and shrine together. It says, without embarrassment, that the visible self can be a site of wealth, seduction, and spiritual prestige all at once. Alcohol is equally telling. Imported gin or other spirits placed on the altar do not merely function as foreign goods. They intensify atmosphere, they burn, they evaporate, they warm the chest, they soften speech. They loosen the line between discipline and pleasure. In this sense, alcohol fits perfectly within the moral world of Mami Wata, where seduction is always close to danger, and pleasure always carries the possibility of alter judgment. To offer alcohol is to acknowledge that intoxicating beauty belongs to her realm, even while one asks that the intoxication be managed within ritual instead of taking over the whole life. And then there is cloth. Fine cloth, bright cloth, imported cloth. Cloth that moves differently against the body. Cloth that holds scent. Cloth that photographs well in memory. Cloth is one of the oldest ways communities think about status, intimacy, respectability, and temptation. In Mami Wata's orbit, cloth becomes almost tidal. It drapes, reveals, conceals, ripples, and clings. It can dignify the body or exaggerate its allure. It can mark priestly authority or urban glamour. It can make a woman look married, expensive, available, unavailable, or spiritually set apart, depending on how it is worn and what story is already attached to her name. All of this means the shrine table should never be dismissed as shallow. Quite the opposite. It is where the tradition thinks hardest about the material life of desire. How is attraction built? Through smell, color, glass, metal, reflection, touch, and the slow education of the eye. How is dangerous fascination managed? By moving it onto a table, naming it devotion, and giving it procedures. This is why some scholars have described shrines as technologies for taming fascination. A person afflicted by visions, dreams, unexplained magnetism, erotic disturbance, or the pressure of unexplained wealth may establish a shrine not to surrender entirely to excess, but to give excess a room, a schedule, and a vocabulary. That is a powerful idea. The spirit is not destroyed, the spirit is housed, the desire is not denied. It is given etiquette. The luxurious object is not hidden in embarrassment, it is ritualized. The body is not told to stop being beautiful, It is taught how to carry beauty without letting beauty become the only law. In this sense, the shrine becomes one of the most elegant sites in the archive, a place where sex, excess, glamour, healing, and danger are not crudely opposed but arranged into a disciplined, still life. There is another way to understand this shrine world, and it is to stay not with the room as a whole, but with the little seductions laid upon it one by one. Honey first, because honey is sweetness with viscosity. It does not hurry, it clings. It glosses the mouth and fingers and lingers long after the first taste should have been enough. This is why it suits a spirit like Mami Wata so well. Honey is pleasure that insists on remaining present. Honey says attraction should not be dry. Honey says sweetness becomes power when it learns to hold. Now think what it means to place honey before a water spirit of sex and excess. You are not only offering sugar, you are offering adhesion. You are offering the wish that desire might stay coherent long enough to become more than appetite. You are also admitting that sweetness can be dangerous when taken without discipline. A little honey brightens the tongue. Too much honey can make the mouth foolish. Mami Wata, who knows the difference between sweetness and surrender better than most humans do, reads this clearly. Then the perfumes, the oils, the powders, the little bottles with labels half foreign, half rubbed away by years of touch. Each bottle is a lesson in atmosphere. A person may think they are offering scent to please the spirit. Perhaps they are not, but they are also offering a theory of how desire enters a room. Not by argument, by drift, by trail, by memory laid first on skin and then released into air. This is why perfumes belong on such altars. They teach that seduction is often the art of being noticed before one is fully seen. Then the drink. Gin sometimes, and in more modern registers, even Coca-Cola, that bottled black sweetness of trade routes, refrigeration, glass, red lettering, fizz, sugar, and global appetite. This is one of my favorite Mami Wata details because it is so perfectly modern and so perfectly mythic at once. A color bottle on an altar says the spirit understands not only rivers and dreams, but modern branding, bottled luxury, and the little engineered pleasures by which the world persuades the body to desire more than thirst strictly requires. Gin is another language. It burns, it opens the chest, it makes the throat aware of itself, it warms and loosens. In ritual terms, it is a reminder that beauty and danger often travel in the same cup. Cola, by contrast, is sweetness industrialized, sweetness sealed and sold, sweetness made portable, glamorous, carbonated, and unmistakably modern. To place such a bottle before Mami Wata is to confess that modernity itself can be erotic. The bottle sweats in the heat, the label shines, the cap lifts with that small intimate pop that always sounds like a promise. Even consumption becomes theater. Then the cloths, white and red. White for cooling, clarity, the clean surface, the sense that the body has been washed for ceremony. Red for appetite, danger, the blood-quick reminder that not everything beautiful is safe to handle without terms. When these colors sit together on the altar, they produce exactly the tension Mami Wata requires. Purity and appetite, tenderness and warning. Invitation and cost. The cloth does not explain the spirit. It stages her mood. Then the bracelets and rings. Jewelry lies on the altar, the way a promise lies in the mouth, before one decides whether to speak it aloud. A bracelet circles the wrist like a friendly shackle. A ring speaks immediately of claim, vow, exclusivity, and adornment at once. These are ideal objects for a spirit-spouse tradition because they understand intimacy as decoration and discipline together. To wear such things under Mami Wata's sign is to let the body confess that desire has shape. It circles, it clasps, it returns to the same pulse points again and again until the whole self begins to feel arranged by relation. And then, of course, the mirror again, because no offering world under Mami Wata ever remains, far from reflection for long. One could almost say that every offering placed before her is really asking the same question in different materials. What does desire look like when it becomes visible? Honey answers with gloss. Perfume answers with atmosphere. Gin answers with heat. Coca-Cola answers with bottled modern sweetness. White and red answer with color theology. Jewelry answers with value resting on skin. The mirror answers by making the body face all of them at once. And so these offerings become a little liturgy of seduction, not vulgar seduction, not cheap bait. The slower kind, the kind that understands a life can be lured not only by flesh, but by finish, by polish, by taste, by the pleasure of things laid beautifully in order. This is why such altars feel so alive. They do not merely hold gifts, they hold an entire education in what the body has been willing to desire. The mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. If the shrine is the still life of the tradition, possession is the moving picture, and what a picture it can be. Many descriptions of Mami Wata devotion, especially in wider West African and Nigerian contexts, return to scenes of trance, mounting, dance, altered posture, commanding glamour, and a sensuality so public that observers are not always sure whether they are witnessing seduction, healing, theater, or authority. The answer, of course, is that they are witnessing all four braided together. The spirit does not need the categories kept apart. Water has never respected rigid boundaries, and the body under possession often refuses them too. Picture a ritual room where the air has already thickened with scent. White cloth catches the low light. Red accents may appear, not enough to shout, only enough to remind the eye that danger and beauty are close relatives. Someone powders the skin. Someone adjusts jewelry. Someone places a bottle on the altar. Drums begin not in frenzy but in persuasion. A beat low enough to enter the hips before it enters thought. A rhythm that says the body has been spoken to for longer than the tongue remembers. Then the movement changes. A devotee who was merely standing begins to sway with a different intelligence. The shoulders loosen, the spine lengthens. The hands start performing authority with a softness that is more compelling than force. Eyes may half close or sharpen, the mouth may speak differently, the body may begin to dance in curves that are neither accidental nor purely rehearsed. To outside moralists, this can look scandalous because the scene is unabashedly sensual. But within the tradition, the sensuality is not trivial entertainment. It is evidence that erotic power has entered the room as sacred force. This is why possession is such an important key to water spirits of sex and excess. It shows that sexuality in this archive is not always located in the private bedroom. It can move through public ritual as charisma, through hips and wrists and gaze, through cosmetic care and dance, through the deliberate staging of attraction as authority. A woman mounted by the spirit may command offerings, speak in tones of luxurious impatience, or receive attendance the way royalty receives service. A man mounted by the spirit may find his body taking on gestures coded feminine, not as parody but as revelation that the spirit's register exceeds the narrow permissions of his ordinary social role. This is where the archive becomes especially interesting for questions of gender. The water spirit does not always respect the body as a fixed costume. During possession, she may use a male body to display feminine glamour or a female body to display commanding dominance that unsettles the audience's assumptions. The point is not confusion for its own sake. The point is that water spirits are boundary spirits. They move between categories, and when they ride the body, they sometimes reveal how fragile those categories were all along. Masculine and feminine, respectable and erotic, healer and seductress, devotee and vessel. Under Mami Wata's sign, these are rarely stable boxes. And for queer communities, or for people whose bodies and desires have never sat comfortably inside the narrow boxes tightened by colony, church, or frightened respectability, this matters profoundly. In such readings, Mami Wata can mean more than temptation. She can become spiritual shelter, a patron of beautiful refusal, a water logic saying that gender may shimmer, that the adorned body need not apologize for being read in more than one way, and that desire need not become shame simply because it exceeds the village's preferred script. This is not the only way every lineage would phrase her, but it is one of the reasons she remains so alive in contemporary queer and gender-fluid imaginations across African and Black Atlantic thought. At the same time, possession is not only spectacle, it can lead to vocation. A person plagued by troubling dreams, erotic visitations, strange magnetism, repeated illness, infertility, impotence, or persistent disturbance around intimacy may eventually be read not as cursed but as called. The spirit has chosen a body that will need training. The body that once felt too porous becomes, through ritual discipline, a body with office. That office may be priestly, it may be therapeutic, it may be economic. In some southeastern, Nigerian, and broader regional contexts, such called individuals become healers, ritual specialists, or heads of shrines that clients visit for problems touching exactly the areas Mami Wata governs. Fertility, sexual disturbance, blocked marriages, mental trouble, inexplicable misfortune, and the difficult politics of desire. This is one of the least discussed and most important truths in the archive. Erotic power is not only a lure, it can be rechanneled into social authority. The priestess who has learned how to carry the spirit's glamour without being destroyed by it becomes, in effect, a manager of dangerous sweetness. People come to her with broken marriages, absent children, restless nights, unexplained dreams, and bodies that no longer answer ordinary love in ordinary ways. She listens, she diagnoses, she prescribes, she bargains with the spirit on behalf of others. In this sense, she becomes an expert not only in ritual, but in the social consequences of sensual excess. Notice how far we are now from the simplistic image of Mami Wata as mermaid temptress. The tradition has already moved beyond that. It knows the spirit can seduce, yes, but also heal, organize, sponsor, and professionalize. A private affliction can become a public office. A dream that unsettles the bed can eventually support a household. A body that once feared its own strange desires can become the place where others come seeking interpretation. That transformation is one of the archive's most elegant reversals. What looked like moral danger may turn out to be vocational pressure. Still, the sensuality does not disappear simply because priesthood enters. That would make the tradition less interesting than it is. The priestly body under Mami Wata's sign often remains beautifully curated. The perfumes do not vanish. The cloth stays fine. The gestures remain The altar gleams. The dance retains its seducing intelligence. This is because the tradition never insists that spiritual seriousness must look plain. Plainness is not its chosen proof of truth. Instead, it proposes something bolder. Glamour itself can be disciplined into sacred labor. And so one sees why later reformist religions found such scenes threatening. A spirituality that grants authority through beauty, through sensual charisma, through ritualized glamour, through possession that crosses gender codes and turns adornment into theology, cannot be easily folded into rigid moral binaries. It has too much pleasure in it, too much body, too much independent female command, too much ambiguity. The easiest way to neutralize such power is to call it demonic. But the older archive answers with a softer, more patient intelligence. It says simply, what frightens you is not always evil. Sometimes it is a body carrying too much sacred voltage for your categories to survive intact. There is a story I like to place here because possession and queer shelter deserve at least one life carried all the way through. In a river town, there was a child who was called one name by the father's compound and another, softer name by the mother's sisters. This is already a clue in stories like these. Communities give extra names to the people they do not know how to place cleanly. The child was too graceful for some tastes, too sharp for others, too attentive to cloth, too delighted by bracelets, too moved by music, too slow to perform the kind of masculinity that passes for safety in frightened places, and too obviously unwilling to become a girl in the way the town would have recognized either. In daylight people said many things. At night the water said nothing. It only kept calling. When the child reached adolescence, dreams began arriving with such consistency that the household first called it illness. There were rooms in those dreams full of white cloth and mirror light. There were hands tying wrappers not as costume but as argument. There were wrists being perfumed. There was a figure, often Mami Wata, and sometimes something older and deeper passing through her face, who never asked the dreamer to pick one shape and remain there. Instead, she asked whether the body would rather be legible or alive. This is the kind of question only a water spirit would dare ask. By day, the adolescent struggled. The town wanted a simpler outline. The body did not provide one. On some days, the young person's beauty moved like a daughter's beauty, wrists eloquent, neck precise, cloth answering the hips with dangerous affection. On other days, there was something sharply masculine in the stillness, something public and unbothered, as though the body had stood up inside itself and refused to be read with the old village tools. People became anxious because anxiety is what communities often call the feeling of a category dissolving in front of them. Eventually, an aunt took the young person to a shrine woman rather than to a preacher. This changed everything. The shrine woman did not begin with accusation. She began with observation. She watched how the young person sat with one knee folded and one foot alert. She watched how the eyes moved toward the mirror without shame. She watched how the pulse jumped when the drum outside struck a certain low repeating phrase. Then she said very simply, "The water is not asking you to become someone else. The water is asking you to stop lying about how many selves already passed through you." Under her instruction, the adolescent began an apprenticeship in presentation, ritual, and refusal. They learned which cloth lines suited which days of the body. They learned how much scent could function as shield and how much became vanity's trap. They learned that a powder on the throat was not only decorative but calming, that a bracelet could say boundary as clearly as it said ornament, that mirrors are safest when used as instruments rather than courts of appeal, and that the body need not be flattened into one social lie merely because other people are made uneasy by shimmer. Possession came later, not the wild theatrical kind first, the subtler kind, a change in gait, a new command in the eyes, a soft voice made suddenly impossible to ignore. Then, in a festival season thick with river scent, the young person danced, and the spirit mounted cleanly. Those who had once mocked the body for being too fluid now stood still and watched that same fluidity become office. The wrists were no longer uncertain, they were liturgical. The hips were no longer evidence against respectability. They were argument. The face was no longer a social problem, it was a shrine. And because stories reward the people who survive their own naming, the initiate eventually came to be known by both names without apology. One for kin, one for ritual, neither false, both useful. Queer visitors began finding the shrine quietly. Boys too beautiful for fathers who only understood toughness. Girls whose desire ran toward women and therefore frightened everyone except the water. People who had been prayed against, corrected, mocked, or treated as though their bodies were colonial arguments instead of ancestral possibilities. They came for baths, for rhythm, for cloth, for the right to become legible to themselves before being forced into somebody else's frightened sentence. The initiate, now older and more exacting, taught them without making a manifesto of it. A shrine does not always need slogans. Sometimes all it needs is a room where a body is not punished for shimmering. Sometimes safety looks like a bowl of water, a covered mirror, a clean cloth, and someone old enough to tell you that ambiguity is not moral failure. Sometimes queer survival enters history not as rebellion first, but as ritual literacy. Mami Wata in that room was no longer merely temptress or patroness of dangerous glamour. She was also keeper of Rumier categories. She was the one who let the initiate say, with powder at the throat and iron in the spine, "I will not become smaller to make your theology more comfortable." Now let us leave the shrine room and step into another theater of Mami Wata logic. The port city, the market town, the boom corridor, the bars near the water where traders, sailors, transport workers, free women, night sailors, and dreamers of sudden ascent all pass under lights too flattering to be trusted. If village tellings often place Mami Wata at a riverbank, urban and coastal storytelling frequently redresses her for commerce. She becomes the stunning stranger with excellent fabric, impossible composure, expensive scent, and an availability that is never quite availability. She may be read as a sex worker, though not always. She may be read as a sophisticated city woman, or merely as a figure whose beauty has learned the economics of display. The important thing is that she appears where desire and money are already in conversation. This is why the port city matters so much. Ports are where foreignness becomes everyday temptation. Ships bring goods, images, rumors, and styles. Money moves quickly, so does loneliness. Men are away from home. Women learn how to survive outside the old protections of kin. Respectability becomes something one wears strategically rather than something guaranteed by village memory. Under such conditions, a spirit like Mami Wata becomes almost inevitable. She is the mythic condensation of everything the port already feels. Glamour, risk, imported objects, transactional intimacy, sudden luck, and the knowledge that every pleasure may be priced more cleverly than it first appears. Some of the most charged modern folklore motifs place her exactly here. A man meets a woman whose beauty feels too carefully assembled to be ordinary. Perhaps her makeup is just a little too flawless for the district. Perhaps her perfume reaches him before her voice does. Perhaps she laughs as if there is already a mirror behind his eyes, showing her what he most wants to become. He goes with her, or he accepts a drink, or he follows her toward water after the market has emptied. Afterwards, the pattern begins. Inexplicable money, heightened luck, intensifying dreams, and eventually demands, "Do not speak of me, do not betray me. Do not imagine you can take what I have given and then return unchanged to ordinary domestic life." This is not simply a story about fear of women who sell sex, nor should it be reduced to that. It is a story about modernity wearing perfume. It is about pleasure detached from the moral supervision of kin. It is about the fear that money can enter through the body and carry hidden clauses. It is about the way cities make glamour feel available while hiding the systems of dependence beneath the surface. In this sense, Mami Wata is the perfect boomtown spirit because she makes desire legible as economy. One pays, one owes. One is claimed, one rises, one falls. Nothing comes free, not even the fantasy that it might. If one wished to speak a little boldly, but not carelessly, one could say that in some urban imaginations, Mami Wata almost begins to resemble a patroness of prostitutes, bar women, hostesses, and others who survive by erotic intelligence. Not because she blesses exploitation, and not because every woman in such work belongs to her, but because she governs the exact seam where beauty turns into income, where lipstick becomes livelihood, where strategic softness can feed a household, and where glamour must learn to function as shield as often as invitation. She is the spirit behind the careful scent at the wrist, the prize hidden inside the smile, the knowledge that a body may work through allure and still remain entitled to mystery, danger, and dignity. The archive also uses such urban figures to think about female autonomy. The so-called free woman, the woman outside strict lineage control, the woman who negotiates with men through beauty, labor, hospitality, and wit, appears in many African modernities as both fascination and anxiety. She is envied, desired, judged, and imitated. Mami Wata absorbs this figure without shame. She can appear as the sumptuous stranger because she already belongs to a world where female power is not always maternal, not always domestic, and not always polite enough to reassure the village. Her excess is partly the excess of a woman who cannot be fully owned. Think of the details such stories love. High-heeled shoes that seem impractical on dusty streets, a glass bottle catching neon or lantern light, silk or satin against dark skin, lipstick too sure of itself, a laugh from the shadowed mouth of a bar, imported gin, cold air from a refrigerator in a city where electricity is itself a sign of unstable privilege. These are not only urban decorations, they are a sensory script through which communities talk about class aspiration, sexual temptation, and the fear that individual prosperity may require a private surrender the public cannot bless. And because Mami Wata is never only one thing, the city woman in these stories is not always villain. Sometimes she is teacher. She teaches the man exactly how greedy he is. She teaches him how cheaply he values loyalty when money gleams. She teaches him that he likes glamour more than he likes truth. In other tellings, she teaches the woman listener something else. That beauty is power, that presentation changes fate, that the city does not belong only to men who inherited names and compounds. Water spirits of sex and excess do not merely punish, they redistribute confidence, sometimes in ways a conservative audience finds difficult to forgive. This is one reason the archive so often hovers near prostitution districts, nightlife, or women who live by wit and allure. These spaces already operate at the intersection Mami Wata personifies: sex, money, danger, presentation, and secrecy. To say Mami Wata walks there is simply to admit that the sacred is not restricted to respectable courtyards. It can also reside where lipstick is reapplied in the mirror, where perfume is strategic, where desire is negotiated by the hour, and where men discover that wanting can be a debt instrument. Notice again how refined the storytelling is. The lesson is not never want beautiful things. That would be too flat. The lesson is beautiful things know how to want you back. A port city can desire a person. A bottle can desire a hand. A woman can desire a customer's future more than his present cash. A spirit can desire the whole architecture of a life. Once that becomes visible, the urban night begins to look like another water surface. Reflective, glittering, and difficult to read correctly unless one already knows how easily depth can dress itself as shine. At the waterfront, there was a bar called the Blue Lantern, though the lantern itself was never especially blue. It only looked that way through bottle glass and salt mist. The women who worked there poured drinks, negotiated hands, laughed strategically, chose which men might sit near them and which would remain thirsty no matter how much money they carried. No respectable wife admitted to understanding such work in daylight. Every respectable wife understood it perfectly after dusk. Among the women was one called Cece by customers and Ije by the sister who slept in the room behind the bar. She wore scent the way some people wear prayer, not to impress heaven but to prepare for contact. She knew exactly how much powder made the skin look expensive under weak electric light. She knew how to keep a conversation hovering at the lip of promise without letting promise become possession. She knew which sailors wanted warmth, which traders wanted status, which politicians wanted to be seen with beauty, and which lonely men really wanted someone to tell them they were not foolish for wanting more from life than dust and heat. In the back room, behind a crate of bottled drinks and a curtain that smelled of stale sweetness and river wind, she kept a tiny shrine. Nothing flamboyant, a mirror, a comb, 2 bracelets, a bottle of scent too fine for her wages, 1 glass always rinsed before being set down, a red cloth folded beneath a white one. Every woman in the Blue Lantern knew about the shrine, and none of them spoke of it directly. You do not mock the little things that help a woman come home with her spirit unspent. Men said many foolish things about Cece, that she had marine eyes, that she must be eating men spiritually, that anyone who prospered after leaving her table had slept with a mermaid disguised in lipstick. These were small-minded readings, though not entirely wrong in atmosphere. What they missed was that Mami Wata for Cece was not only danger, she was method. She was the theory under the work. Beauty priced correctly, distance maintained elegantly, softness used as blade when needed, mystery held back so that the body could earn without being fully consumed. Each night before the music thickened, Cece would sit at the shrine mirror and prepare herself in the same order. First the wrists, then the throat, then the mouth, then the line of the cloth across the breasts, adjusted not for exposure exactly, but for authority over the eyes that would soon be measuring her. And every night, just before she stood, she would say under her breath, "Let me be desired without being devoured." This is one of the most sophisticated prayers a working woman can utter. The Blue Lantern was not a gentle place. A girl could lose an evening there. A girl could lose rent there. a girl could lose reputation there, though reputation is a currency usually stolen by people who never had to spend their bodies intelligently for survival. Cece understood this. She also understood that desire is often the quickest language money learns. So she used what the spirit taught. When a man arrived with too much entitlement and too little respect, she gave him courtesy without warmth. When a drunk hand reached too fast, she turned softness into ice so cleanly that the whole room felt the correction. When a younger hostess panicked under the weight of being watched by too many hungers at once, Cece taught her how to leave part of herself behind the mirror before returning to the floor. This is why I say Mami Wata can almost resemble a patroness in such worlds. Not because the spirit romanticizes exploitation, not because every sex worker, hostess, or barwoman belongs to her by default, but because she governs the exact scene where erotic labor, glamour, money, and danger grind against one another. She understands the body as revenue, theater, shield, temptation, and strategy all at once. She understands that a woman may live by allure and still remain morally, spiritually, and psychologically more complex than the men who pay to imagine otherwise. Over time, Cece became less a hostess than a quiet schoolmistress of the night. She taught girls how to scent only the places they were willing to let the evening remember, how to laugh without signing a debt, how to take money without taking a man's confusion home into bed, how to distinguish hunger from danger in the eyes across the table, how to let glamour feed a household while refusing to let glamour become the household's only law. The women began leaving a little of their tips at the shrine, not as superstition, as solidarity, as rent paid to the atmosphere that had helped them survive another night intact. Once a local pastor denounced the Blue Lantern as marine territory. The wives nodded in public. The same wives sent cousins there in private when rent was due and school fees had become hungrier than virtue. This too is part of the archive. Moral language often arrives after economic dependence has already entered the room. Cece said nothing about the sermon. She only brought fresh scent, rearranged the shrine, and reminded the younger women that men prefer demon stories whenever women turn beauty into competence. By the time the Blue Lantern closed years later, people said many things about its women. That they were dangerous, that they were glamorous, that they had eaten men's fortunes, that they had saved brothers, mothers, children, and sisters on money earned between music and bottle glass. All of this could be true at once. When the building finally emptied, Cece took only the small shrine, the comb, and the good mirror. She left the rest, because even patronage has its terms. And the first law of surviving by erotic intelligence is to know what belongs to the work and what part of the self must never be left behind when the bar goes dark. The mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. Because this script is ultimately about water spirits of sex and excess, it is worth widening the lens briefly to neighboring waters, if only so that Mami Wata's particular temperature becomes clearer. We have already touched Uhamiri and Idemili, those Igbo-associated figures of wealth, style, power, and feminine autonomy. But Idemili deserves a little more slow attention. Her name is often glossed as Pillar of Water, and there is something deeply fitting in that phrase. A pillar sounds stable, vertical, public. Water sounds shifting, difficult to contain, willing to change form. Put them together and you get an image of success that is both fluid and authoritative. Not merely beauty drifting by, but beauty with structure. Not merely attraction, but prestige. Not simply desire, but titled womanhood. This is why Idemili's association with fashion, status, and successful women matters. In her orbit, the dressed body becomes political. Clothing is not vanity alone. It is rank, earned visibility, and a public argument that feminine elegance can coexist with command. Where Mami Wata often dramatizes dangerous seduction and imported glamour, Idemili can make success itself look like a well-tailored river. She turns the adorned female body into a pillar of social power that is a potent companion figure in any meditation on sex and excess, because it shows that excess can become office when communities decide to honor rather than fear it. Then there is Olokun, the deep water power remembered in some Yoruba and Benin contexts as vast wealth, oceanic plenitude, mystery, and in many tellings a refusal of simple gender assignment. Olokun is not Mami Wata, and one should not collapse them, but setting them side by side can be illuminating. Mami Wata is often glamour on the surface or just below it, mirror, hair, perfume, visible seduction, contracts made through recognizable beauty. Olokun is wealth in the register of abyss, hidden treasure, unmeasured depth, sexuality less as flirtation and more as undifferentiated potency, where gender itself begins to dissolve. This is useful because it reminds us that water excess has more than one style. Some excess is bright, perfumed, and market-facing. Some excess is dark, ancient, and difficult to humanize. Mami Wata excels at the first style. She is social enough to wear lipstick, intimate enough to enter dreams, and commercial enough to gather imported goods around her like an entourage. Olokun, by contrast, suggests the kind of wealth that existed before trade catalogs. The pressure of the deep, the plenitude under light, the possibility that the sea's greatest riches are not meant for quick display. When one speaks of excess in a Mami Wata frame, it can be helpful to feel Olokun nearby as a reminder that not all abundance wants to be looked at. And then there is Ahla, the Earth Mother and moral authority in Igbo thought, standing almost as an opposite pole to Mami Wata's more eroticized economies. Ahla governs fertility through law, taboo, land, ancestry, and the proper moral use of the body. Her sexuality is consequential but domesticated by communal obligation. Mami Wata's sexuality, on the other hand, is mobile, seductive, and often suspiciously individual. To place them side by side is to see one of the great tensions in Nigerian sacred imagination: sex as the basis of moral continuity, and sex as the shimmering force that threatens to pull continuity sideways toward beauty, wealth, and private pact. Oshun belongs here too, delicately. If Oshun often carries sweetness, fertility, honeyed river charm, and communal erotic grace, then Mami Wata sharpens those waters with imported shine and contractual danger. Oshun can be alluring, absolutely, but her allure often nourishes relational life. Mami Wata's allure frequently isolates. Oshun sweetens the world into greater fruitfulness. Mami Wata may sweeten the self into extraordinary glamour, and then ask whether the self still remembers how to belong. This distinction is not absolute, but it is narratively useful. One river kisses the village, another kisses the mirror. Taken together, these neighboring figures allow us to speak more precisely about excess. Excess is not just more of something, it is a mode of sacred emphasis. Uhamiri gives us beauty plus autonomy. Idemili gives us fashion plus prestige. Olokun gives us depth plus hidden plenitude. Allah gives us fertility plus law. Mami Wata gives us seduction plus commerce plus danger plus contract. And because she combines those last four so efficiently, She becomes the most natural spirit through which to think about the erotic life of modernity. Her excess is the excess of the polished surface, the imported bottle, the good luck that arrives too fast, the body that has become too magnetic, the dream that knows your weakness, the mirror that does not merely reflect but recruits. She's not the whole aquatic archive, but she's perhaps its most accomplished stylist. She teaches how beauty enters economy. She teaches how economy enters the bed. She teaches how the body can become an international port without ever leaving the room. Old myths do not disappear when cinema arrives. They learn how to use the camera. This is one of the most fascinating things about modern Mami Wata discourse. West African film and video culture did not simply depict a pre-existing spirit tradition from a neutral distance. It became one of the main places where sexual anxiety, prosperity fantasies, marine spirit lore, and modern moral panic could be staged at scale. The screen took what had once been whispered at the riverbank and flooded it with artificial light. Suddenly, underwater kingdoms, spirit spouses, luxury chambers, and the sex money bargain could all be visualized for mass audiences. In some of the most striking examples from Ghanaian and Nigerian popular imagination, the bottom of the sea becomes a kind of occult factory. Money is generated there, commodities are generated there, bodies are recruited there. Pleasure is shown not merely as feeling, but as production line. Sex becomes the visible engine of wealth, and viewers are invited into the uncomfortable position of both desiring and condemning what they see. This is exceptionally important for our theme because it shows how Mami Wata style logic evolved into a modern diagram of excess. The marine kingdom becomes capitalism with a tail. What fascinates about these cinematic marine worlds is not only their moral message, but their visual intelligence. The underwater palace of the older folklore is translated into glittering interiors, impossible fabrics, polished surfaces, and bodies staged with luxurious precision. Desire is made architectural. Excess is lit from below. The mermaid no longer needs to remain a rumor. She becomes set design, costume, and close-up. The camera lingers where gossip once lingered, on hair, jewelry, fabric, seductive stillness, the face of the chosen lover half afraid and half surrendering to what is being offered. And yet these films often conclude by punishing the pleasure they spend so much time elaborating. That is part of their genius and their conflict. They let the audience enjoy the glamour long enough to understand why it tempts. Then they restore moral order through ruin, deliverance, exposure, or spiritual warfare. In this way, modern media repeats the old archive while altering the tone. The older tales could leave ambiguity intact. The newer, reformist, inflected films often need a cleaner conclusion. The marine spirit must be named demon. The bargain must be condemned. The illicit wealth must collapse, and the viewer must leave reassured that the seductive image has been morally contained. But containment is never complete because the image remains delicious. The underwater chamber remains unforgettable. The beautifully dressed water woman remains persuasive. The audience still knows why the bargain was tempting before they know why it was wrong. This matters. It means cinema, like possession ritual, cannot keep sensuality and morality neatly separated. It stages them together. It lets the viewer feel the pull of excess in the body, even while the plot insists excess is spiritually fatal. That tension is not a flaw. It is the whole archive modernized. One could say that cinema becomes a new oral archive for the urban era. Elders once explained danger through the tale of the fisherman who followed a singing woman into the creek. Video film explains danger through a businessman whose sudden wealth is revealed to come from marine intercourse and secret contracts. The structure remains recognizable. Desire leads to assent. Assent leads to secrecy. Secrecy leads to social distortion. Distortion invites revelation. Revelation brings punishment. The clothing has changed, the logic has not. Water still appears as that from which wealth emerges beautifully and at a price. This is why modern marine spirit discourse, especially in Pentecostal settings, could absorb so much of the older lore while recoding it. Sexual dreams become proof of spiritual assault. Difficulty maintaining relationships becomes evidence of a marine spouse. Infertility becomes a trace of aquatic jealousy. Charisma becomes suspicious. Beauty becomes bait. Glamour becomes witchcraft in excellent fabric. One can disagree entirely with these interpretations and still see how cleverly they repurpose the older symbolic materials. The modern sermon raids the old shrine for props and then preaches against the room it has just borrowed from. What results is a doubled image of Mami Wata for the contemporary imagination. On one hand, she remains healer, patroness, sponsor of charisma, figure of female power, spirit of water's seductive intelligence. On the other hand, she becomes the villainess of urban moral panic, blamed for everything from erotic dreams to social decadence to mysterious wealth. These two images do not cancel each other, they feed each other. The more demonic reformist maker, the more glamorous and potent she becomes in public imagination. The more glamorous she becomes, the more audiences need stories to manage their fascination. So when the moving picture opens at the bottom of the sea, what we are really seeing is a modern society trying to think itself through desire, through capitalism, through the body, through the old terror that what we most enjoy may ask for more than we are prepared to pay. Water spirits of sex and excess survive on screen because screen culture itself is excellent at creating excess. Excess image, excess aspiration, excess surface, excess longing. The marine kingdom becomes a mirror for the cinema hall. Both are dark rooms where people come to be seduced by light. Now let the water lengthen. Let it cross the Atlantic again, not hurriedly, but with the patience required by histories that were carried in terror and survived by transformation. La Sirène keeps some of Mami Wata's most recognizable seductions: the mirror, the comb, the song, the marine threshold, the idea that beauty can draw a human being away from ordinary social time into another register of knowledge and danger. But in Diaspora, especially in Haitian Vodou, marine glamour also acquires the gravity of historical loss. The ocean is not only the place of spirit wealth, it is the road of the middle passage, the archive of the drowned, the keeper of memory too painful to keep only on land. When La Sirène pulls, she may be pulling with both desire and history at once. This deepens the erotic quality rather than reducing it, because desire in diaspora water traditions is often entangled with grief, unattainability, and the ache of what survived by changing form. A spirit can be seductively beautiful and still carry mourning inside the silk. The comb may still move through long hair. The mirror may still catch the face with merciless elegance, but now the water behind the reflection holds slave roots, severed kinship, new languages, and the impossibility of returning unchanged to an origin. Glamour becomes a dressed form of memory. Then there is Erzulie Freda, whose relation to the broader conversation around Mami Wata is not one of sameness but of exquisite resonance. Freda is luxury made heartbreakingly self-aware. Perfume, pinks, polished surfaces, jewelry, rings, beauty rituals, flirtation, intense relational demand, and the insistence that the body deserves softness even in a brutal world. All of this brings her into meaningful conversation with the Pan-African water spirit complex. She is not reducible to Mami Wata, but she inherits and transforms the same understanding that sexuality and luxury can become sacred languages. What is especially revealing about Erzulie Freda is that her excess is never cheap. She wants the finer thing not because she is shallow, but because refinement becomes one of the few available forms of dignity under historical violence. Silk, scent, rings, powder, attention, adoration, and delicate handling all become moral claims. Treat the body beautifully because the world has often treated it as disposable. This logic sits beautifully beside Mami Wata's shrine of perfume and glass. In both cases, glamour is not mere vanity. It is a style of sacred insistence. It says the body will not consent to rough handling as the only possible truth. And yet Freda, like Mami Wata, teaches that luxury does not cure longing. One may be beautifully dressed and still unsatisfied. One may have lovers and still weep. One may wear multiple rings and still remain erotically unappeased. This is part of the Atlantic lesson of glamour. Excess can testify to need without resolving it. Jewelry can decorate hunger. Perfume can sweeten sorrow. A mirror can confirm beauty without answering the deeper question of what beauty has been made to pay for across history. This is why the Atlantic afterlife of Mami Wata matters so much for a script like this. It expands the conversation from sex and excess as merely personal temptation into sex and excess as historical idiom. Water spirits carry colonization, trade, violence, migration, color hierarchy, and survival in their wake. Their glamour is therefore never innocent, but neither is it disposable. It becomes one of the most elegant ways Black Atlantic cultures insist that beauty remains possible after catastrophe. The dressed body still matters, the scented body still matters, the body capable of seduction, pleasure, and sacred allure still matters. And here the threshold figures return with gentle relevance. Papa Legba opens roads. Eshu and Ehilegwa stand near crossings. La Sirène sings from the marine edge. Erzulie Freda arranges the room of desire with exacting care. Mami Wata gleams at the center of the mirror with imported shine and old river logic. None of these figures are interchangeable, and one should honor their differences, but they do teach together that desire is never placeless. It needs roads, thresholds, crossings, doors, vessels, altars, and bodies willing to become passageways for more than one world at once. So the Atlantic lesson is not that the old stories were lost. It is that they learned better luggage. They learned sequins, calendars, posters, church walls, bar mirrors, cinema screens, voodoo altars, and all the portable technologies by which beauty survives travel. They learned to move through violence without abandoning seduction. They learned that excess can be grief dressed for company. They learned that sacred water, once interrupted by ships and chains, may return wearing even more difficult glamour. There is a diaspora story I like to imagine here, not because it resolves anything, because it lets heartbreak wear its proper fabric. In a port city far from the first rivers, there lived a seamstress who also sang on feast nights when money ran low and loneliness ran high. She loved pink silk, though it did not love her budget. She loved perfume that entered the room before apology could. She loved mirrors, rings, and the exact little lift of the chin that made poverty retreat for one evening and let dignity sit down in its place. People said she was vain. People usually say that when a woman makes beauty look like labor instead of luck. By day she hemmed dresses for brides, widows, dancers, and women trying to survive being looked at without losing their center. By night she sang beside water, sometimes at the harbor, sometimes in a room where candles were reflected in bottles until the whole wall looked like a drowned cathedral. She had lovers, yes, but not one that lasted. It was not that she was impossible. It was that every embrace seemed measured against a larger, more scented sorrow no human body could fully soothe. Then came the dream of La Sirène, a comb moving through endless dark hair, a silver edge of mirror, a voice singing from somewhere below, grief, below history, below every name the sea had swallowed and refused to return intact. The seamstress woke with salt on her face and the feeling that beauty had just placed its hand over an old wound without closing it. This is the sort of dream that changes not only the night, but the wardrobe. Soon after came the subtler influence of Freda, not as ocean pull, but as demand. Powder the throat, straighten the silk. Choose the ring that says hunger has standards. If you must suffer, suffer beautifully enough that the suffering does not become the only thing people remember. This is one of Freda's cruel mercies. She does not promise to heal longing. She teaches it posture. So the seamstress became more radiant and more difficult at once. Her singing grew richer. Her dresses acquired a precision that made even respectable women ask quietly for necklines that suggested appetite without surrender. Her lovers grew more devoted and more temporary. Men wanted to keep her. Women wanted to learn from her. The sea, meanwhile, wanted only that she continue dressing her ache with sufficient ceremony. One evening, a dock worker loved her honestly enough to be dangerous, not dangerous in violence, dangerous in hope. He wanted ordinary things, a room, a bed, a breakfast repeated enough times to become a calendar. The seamstress wanted him too, or near enough to wanting that the distinction hurt. But every time he slept beside her, he said it felt like she was already listening to a second music underneath his breathing. He was right. No human lover was ever alone in bed with her. La Sirène kept the undertow. Freda kept the standard. At last the dock worker asked whether she loved him. She answered with an honesty so refined it broke them both. She said, "I love you the way silk loves skin, intensely, temporarily, as part of a larger arrangement neither of us designed." He wept. She wept after he left, not because either had failed, because glamour and grief had once again discovered they were cousins. Years later, the seamstress became known for dressing women in garments that could survive heartbreak without pretending to cure it. Pink silk for the newly abandoned, sea green ribbons for the nearly healed, pearled trims for those who wanted to look expensive enough to outlive their last mistake. Women said she could smell sorrow the way other people smell rain. Perhaps she could, or perhaps she simply knew what happens when water spirits teach a person that desire may become both wound and wardrobe. This is why diaspora glamour matters. It is not indulgence, it is memory dressed to remain touchable. It is grief refusing plainness. It is the sacred body insisting that even after ships, losses, color lines, and lonely harbors, the mouth may still wear gloss, the fingers may still choose rings, and the heart may still ask to be handled beautifully, even when it knows beauty cannot keep anything forever. The mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. Across all these waters, one small motif keeps returning, and I do not want to leave it behind. It is the body that comes back from the encounter altered in surface. Sometimes the returned one is simply beautiful in a new way. The skin gleams, the posture steadies, the eyes become expansive. The person dresses as if they have seen a room where light touches fabric differently. Sometimes it is not quite beauty but charisma, the kind of magnetism that makes others feel briefly underdressed in their presence. Sometimes it is a stranger combination, glamour mixed with solitude, luxurious taste mixed with emotional remove, a body cultivated to perfection and yet unavailable in the ordinary human sense. This too is sex lore doing cultural work. It asks what happens when desire leaves marks, not bruises or spectacle, marks of style, marks of taste, marks of altered self-perception. A person who has been to the underwater palace, whether literally in the story or metaphorically through dream and calling, does not come back dressed exactly as before. The self has been taught new appetite. This is excess at the level of aesthetic education. One cannot easily return to coarse cloth after silk has explained itself on the skin. And maybe that is why these stories remain so hard to dismiss. They understand something psychologically acute. Once a person has glimpsed a more glamorous version of life, an intensified version of beauty, pleasure, and possibility, ordinary existence can start to feel embarrassingly underlit. The risk is not only moral fall, the risk is aesthetic alienation. The market, the marriage, the village lane, the daily work may all start to seem too plain once desire has shown its more expensive wardrobe. This is how excess steals gently. It does not always drag a person out of the world. Sometimes it teaches the person to find the world insufficient. Since the archive returns so often to the changed body, it may be worth pausing to describe what favor looks like when it is only half-spoken and mostly observed. It may begin with the skin, not beauty in the obvious way first, not the sort that asks for applause, more like a new finish, a coolness, a light catching quality, as though the person has learned some private agreement between oil, water, and patience. Then the eyes, they become difficult, not because they are cruel, because they are expensive, because they look as though they have seen rooms ordinary people have only tried to imagine with borrowed metaphors. Then the scent. Even when no perfume is visible, some people under Mami Wata's sign seem to arrive with atmosphere already dressed around them. A trace of sweetness, a trace of river, an almost metallic note of glass, powder, soap, or rain on cloth. The room adjusts before the person has fully entered it. This is one reason favor is so difficult to hide. It alters not only the body but the air around the body. Then the gait. Those marked by glamour often walk as though they are accompanied. They do not always hurry. Even when late, they seem to move in consultation with some older tempo. They appear less available to interruption, less likely to fling themselves at the world's impatience. The walk becomes a clue that some deeper choreography has begun. Then the appetite. Fine cloth where coarse used to suffice. Scent where plain soap once finished the task. A mirror in the room, 2 mirrors, perhaps 3, a better comb, a better cup, a refusal to eat badly when fortune has already taught the tongue another standard. These are not trivial signs. They say that taste itself has been initiated. Then sleeps. Sleep becomes visibly active. The favored may wake tired or luminous or distracted or privately pleased in a way that makes households suspicious. They may sleep restlessly and still look overfinished by dawn. They may dream with such seriousness that morning conversation feels like a lesser language. All of this contributes to the atmosphere of being marked. Not cursed exactly, not blessed in any simple churchly way. Marked, claimed enough that the visible life must now make room for invisible appointments. And finally, there is charisma, the hardest sign to define and the easiest to notice. People look too long, customers linger, suitors overestimate themselves. Enemies speak more of the person than their own affairs justify. Children stare openly, old women pretend not to. The body has become socially magnetic. That is often what favor looks like in practice. Not holiness in abstraction, but a life around which other lives begin arranging themselves whether they intend to or not. And because nobody in these stories is ever observed by itself alone, there should also be a chorus. The town always sings. The aunties say the girl has become too fine for honest sleep. The fishermen say they have seen that same shine on the creek at dusk, and they do not trust any human face that borrows it too well. The market women say beauty is useful, yes, but they want to know who is paying its maintenance. Young girls say nothing in public and copy everything in private. Married men speak carelessly of temptation and then return home quieter than before. Respectable wives roll their eyes at glamour and still ask in lowered voices where the good scent was purchased. The local preacher says marine spirits. The grandmother says perhaps. The shrine woman says some hungers are not solved by shouting. The barber says the young men no longer want plain haircuts once certain beautiful people have passed through town. The tailor says demand for fitted cloth has become suspiciously theological. The gossip seller says she does not judge, but somehow she always knows which households have begun sleeping poorly. This is what I mean by chorus. The whole town becomes an interpretive organ, and their interpretations are never neutral. The anxious call glamour vanity. The jealous call it witchcraft. The desperate call it luck. The lonely call it possibility. The wounded call it manipulation. The women who have survived enough to stop romanticizing male confusion call it skill. The queer children listening from thresholds call it hope. Each voice describes the same body and reveals more about itself than about the body under discussion. That too is one of folklore's oldest pleasures. The town chorus matters because it keeps these stories social. Mami Wata never belongs only to the one being touched. She also belongs to everyone trying to explain the touch from outside. That is why her archive is so alive. Every beautiful or overbright life gives the chorus another chance to perform its deepest obsessions: sex, money, respectability, envy, survival, and the unbearable possibility that some people may actually have learned how to turn desire into literacy. The mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. Let us stay with the mirror a little longer, because the mirror is one of the most patient teachers in this entire archive. The first thing a mirror does is duplicate the body without touching it. That is already a remarkable act. It creates intimacy without contact, likeness without possession, desire without completion. This is exactly why it belongs so naturally to Mami Wata. The spirit, after all, is often described as one who can draw a person into profound emotional and erotic attachment before ordinary social relations have had time to catch up. She seduces by reflection as much as by embrace. She shows the self what it could become and lets that glimpse do half the work. At the riverbank, a mirror in her hand means one thing. It means she has turned the water surface portable. She no longer needs a whole river to create a threshold. She can lift the threshold to her face. That is an extraordinary image. if you let it sit quietly. The spirit no longer waits for the human observer to kneel and peer into the pool. She carries the pool with her. She carries the border between worlds the way another woman might carry a fan or a purse. Elegance and metaphysics meet in the same object. Vanity becomes cosmology with polished edges. This helps explain why the mirror is so often paired with beauty rather than with prophecy in a narrow sense. The prophecy is there, yes, but it is prophecy of appetite. A man looks at Mami Wata's mirror and sees more than his face. A woman looks and sees more than her grooming. The mirror says, "Here is the shape of your wanting when it has been given perfect lighting. Here is your attraction to status, to beauty, to expensive composure, to the version of yourself that would move through the world with fewer apologies." The mirror is merciless because it flatters at the same time that it reveals. There are stories too in which the mirror remains after the encounter, taken from the shore or offered in dream. Once it enters the house, the whole room changes character. A plain room can remain poor and still become glamorous the moment a mirror is hung correctly. That is not a trivial observation. It means the mirror is a technology of aspiration. It rearranges light, posture, self-consciousness, erotic possibility. A person who passes a mirror many times a day begins to live in dialogue with their own presentation. This is why in Mami Wata's world, mirrors are so rarely innocent. They do not simply reflect, they train. And what do they train? They train the body to anticipate being seen. They train the face to become an offering. They train the shoulders to open, the chin to lift, the wrapper to sit just so, the scent to be placed where it will matter. In other words, they train charisma. They are instruments of self-curation. A devotee aligned with Mami Wata may use the mirror not only because she is vain, though vanity may be part of the pleasure, but because appearance under this spirit becomes a mode of ritual literacy. To know how to prepare the self is to know something about the spirit's language. There is also a darker teaching hidden here. A person can begin to love the reflected self more than the relational self. They can become fluent in image while becoming clumsy in intimacy. This is one of the quiet dangers of excess. The mirror rewards surface mastery immediately. Kinship does not. A family demands patience. A spouse demands compromise. Children demand labor. No mirror can glamorize for long. But the reflected self, once it has learned how beautiful it can be, may begin to resent every obligation that wrinkles the presentation. Mami Wata stories understand this danger very well. They know glamour can become a private religion. Still, the archive never settles for a simple anti-mirror moral. That would miss too much. Mirrors also allow those ignored by society to practice another self into being. A woman outside ordinary structures of approval may look into the glass and discover that dignity can be composed. A priestess preparing to receive clients may use the mirror to gather authority into their eyes. A devotee recovering from affliction may use it to notice the return of magnetism after ritual settlement. Even the feared vanity of Mami Wata can therefore contain a strangely tender lesson. The self is allowed to become beautiful on purpose. So when a shrine holds a mirror, and when a story places one in the spirit's hand, we should understand that an entire philosophy of desire is being condensed into polished surface. Sex and excess meet there not as crude indulgence but as visual discipline. The mirror says that beauty can be cultivated, that cultivated beauty can attract power, that power can reorganize social life, and that every form of reorganization comes with a price. The watcher leans closer, the face brightens, the threshold opens, desire recognizes itself, and the story, always patient, waits to see what the body will do once it has been so exquisitely seen. If the mirror is the first teacher, hair is the second, and hair in these stories is never just hair. Hair is time made visible. Hair records care, hair records neglect. Hair records status, discipline, vanity, sexuality, and the willingness to let the body occupy space as ornament and statement rather than mere function. This is why so many Mami Wata encounters begin with the spirit combing her hair. The act is not incidental. It is a ritual of leisure, of self-possession, of refusal to rush. A woman who has time to sit at the water's edge and comb her hair slowly is a woman already living beyond scarcity, beyond panic, beyond the ordinary hurry of labor. That alone is seductive. Long hair in the archive frequently signals otherness. It may be described as dark, flowing, abundant, foreign-looking, difficult to bind, or too dramatic for the strict expectations of an orderly village woman. In some cautionary stories, a spirit bride's hair will not stay properly plaited. It loosens, it resists containment. It behaves as though the river is still moving through it. This detail is brilliant because it relocates the spirit's refusal from the obvious place, the mouth or the eyes, into something more intimate and daily. A husband need not witness a supernatural event. He only has to notice that no braid keeps its promise for long. Hair also behaves as a kind of public intimacy. One rarely sees a woman's full grooming process unless one is close, trusted, or transgressively observant. To watch Mami Wata comb her hair is therefore ready to cross a threshold. The observer enters the private theater of self-making. He sees the spirit in the act of assembling her allure, and this assembly becomes part of the seduction. It is not only the final beauty that entrances. It is the process. The brush passing through length, the hand separating strands, the slight tilt of the head, the implied softness of the scalp, the quiet confidence of a being who knows that preparation itself can subdue the witness. This is one reason the hair motif leans so naturally into sensual undertone without becoming explicit. Hair allows the story to remain at the edge of the erotic while still saturating the scene with it. A shoulder bare enough to free the comb, a neck exposed for just a second too long, a lock falling across the breast or arm, water slipping through loosened strands. These are enough. Folklore does not need more. It knows suggestion outlives declaration. It knows the imagination is a better conspirator than any loud description. In shrine and possession contexts, hair continues to matter because it frames the face, catches scent, and helps convert the devotee's body into an image the spirit can inhabit. Styled hair, loosened hair, wrapped hair, wigged hair, perfumed hair, hair touched by powder or oil, all of these become part of the altar body. The spirit's glamour moves not only through jewelry and cloth, but through the texture and discipline of the head. To control the hair is to control one of the body's most visible negotiations between nature and artifice. Mami Wata belongs exactly in that negotiation. There is also a social lesson here. Hair maintenance requires time, resources, and often other hands. It therefore indexes economy. A person with elaborate grooming is a person whose life has made room for appearance. That room may be envied, it may be judged, it may be read as vanity, but it is undeniably a sign that the body has been prioritized as a meaningful site of investment. Mami Wata's hair therefore speaks in the same register as her perfume and mirror. It says beauty is not accidental. Beauty is labor plus money plus attention plus atmosphere. Excess, once again, is the body curated beyond mere necessity. And yet, hair can also become evidence in cautionary stories. The spirit-marked woman whose hair unravels, the mysteriously wet sleeper whose braids come loose by morning, the returned initiate whose grooming suddenly becomes too expensive for their former circumstances. Communities read these details with interpretive hunger. Hair becomes testimony. It says the person has been elsewhere. It says another standard of adornment has entered the life. It says water has touched the head and left behind tastes the household may not be able to feed. So when the stories tell us again and again that Mami Wata combs her hair at the shoreline, we should hear more than a pretty image. We should hear a complete anthropology of attraction. Here is a spirit whose power lies partly in looking like time has bowed before her. Here is a woman whose body carries the luxury of slowness. Here is desire taught through grooming. Here is excess brushing itself into order, strand by strand, until the observer can no longer remember whether he was seduced by the finished beauty or by the intimate patience of watching it be made. The serpent is the calmest alarm in the whole archive. It warns without shouting. It promises without reassuring. For listeners carrying ophidiophobia, the serpent can seem like the harshest of Mami Wata's symbols. But the stories often hold it more quietly than fear first imagines. The snake, especially the python, is not always lunging, biting, or erupting into threat. Often it is simply there, draped, coiled, companionable, unnervingly at ease. Its stillness is the point. A python beside a water spirit announces that power need not thrash to be convincing. It can rest on the body like jewelry and still transform the whole scene. This is why the serpent is such a perfect emblem for sexual energy in these traditions. Sexual energy, at least in the older cosmological understanding, is not merely heat. It is concentrated life force. It can lie dormant. It can wait. It can move with sudden elegance or remain gathered into itself for long periods without losing potency. A snake wrapped around Mami Wata's arms, shoulders, waist, or breasts therefore says something very exact. Here is desire under control but not domesticated beyond danger. Here is vitality made beautiful and frightening in the same gesture. Serpents also connect water to divination, renewal, and the old cosmic imagination in which creatures of the edge, those who glide between element and element, often carry sacred knowledge. A python knows the cool underside of stone. It knows the bank, the reeds, the hidden root between root and pool. It is entirely appropriate that such a creature would accompany water divinities whose work also depends on threshold crossings. If the mirror turns water portable, the serpent turns water animate. It gives the spirit a living sign of depth, secrecy, and silent command. In erotic terms, the serpent does not need to be interpreted crudely to do its work. Its curved movement, its sheen, its muscular patience, its ability to coil and release, all allow the stories to speak about the body in a language more elegant than direct statement. The serpent does not simply stand for sex. It stands for the fact that sexual force can be disciplined, dangerous, and strangely intelligent. It can rest against the body as ornament, and still remind the observer that pleasure is never free of risk. One is meant to admire. One is also meant to hesitate. This mixture of admiration and hesitation is essential to the whole Mami Wata atmosphere. A woman with only beauty might invite desire. A woman with beauty plus serpent invites desire, complicated by awe. The snake upgrades the scene from attractive to numinous. It says the beautiful figure at the shoreline is not merely a tempting human body. She is allied with forces older, cooler, and more difficult than ordinary flirtation. In that sense, the serpent protects the spirit from being reduced to male fantasy alone. It returns a sacred edge to the scene. The Python companions of Uhamiri deepen this further. Beside the lake woman of Oguta, the serpent can be read not only as erotic danger but as divine messenger, social marker, and emblem of a power that does not depend on public noise. A woman may be wealthy, beautifully dressed, and attended by serpents, not because the tradition wants to frighten men for sport, but because it wants to insist that female elegance can carry metaphysical authority. The snake says her beauty is not for casual use. Approach with interpretation, not entitlement. And then, at a more practical narrative level, Serpent imagery gave modern visual culture exactly the icon it needed. The snake charmer poster became spiritually legible in West Africa because the serpent already belonged to a language of divinity, danger, and mesmerizing control. A woman holding snakes and looking back at the viewer with direct, undisturbed gaze was immediately available for reinterpretation. The image condensed too many things too well: sexuality, foreignness, circus exoticism, composure, command over danger, and an unmistakable invitation to stare. So let the serpent keep its dignity in these stories. It need not be reduced to fear or to symbol alone. It can remain what the archive knows it to be: a creature of cool power, a sign of erotic voltage, a messenger of the deep, and a reminder that excess often comes draped in something beautiful enough to touch and wise enough not to trust lightly. Now consider how a body becomes excessive before it has even spoken. Cloth is one answer. Jewelry is another. In the lore surrounding Mami Wata and related glamorous water spirits, the dressed body is never an afterthought. The body arrives as presentation, and presentation arrives already loaded with moral interpretation. Fine cloth can mean wealth, it can mean foreign contact, it can mean ritual office, it can mean urban aspiration, it can mean a woman who will not apologize for looking expensive in a world that often prefers women under-decorated and easier to classify. Mami Wata thrives in this uncertainty. Her wrappers, silks, shining fabrics, and impossible surfaces ask the viewer whether glamour itself might be a kind of spiritual argument. The dressed body matters because it teaches that sexuality is not only what happens when clothes come off. Sexuality is also arranged before anyone touches anyone. It is in the cut of the fabric, the gleam of the bracelet, the decision to perfume the neck, the choice of a color that can hold moonlight, the way a waist bead disappears beneath cloth and yet shapes how the cloth is worn. This is a sophisticated archive. It knows the body begins speaking long before it is uncovered. It knows seduction often travels fully dressed. This is especially important in stories about urban glamour and trade wealth. Imported fabric or unusually fine jewelry do not simply indicate vanity. They indicate movement through networks larger than the village. They suggest ships, markets, foreign goods, city contacts, commerce, new tastes, and the self-education of desire through objects. A woman aligned with Mami Wata may therefore dress not only for beauty but for geography. Her body becomes a map of routes. Her bangles say port. Her scent says elsewhere. Her cloth says the world has touched me and left me unwilling to return to roughness without argument. Jewelry intensifies this by fastening value directly to pulse and bone. A bracelet on the wrist says, wealth has learned to move with the hand. A ring says commitment, yes, but under water spirit logic it may also suggest invisible marriage, private claim or adornment that exceeds ordinary courtship. Beads along the neck or waist make the body audible in movement, measurable in rhythm, and difficult to ignore. Each object turns the body into a treasury without fully explaining who funded it. That uncertainty is part of the atmosphere. Viewers are meant to wonder whether they are looking at prosperity, ritual sponsorship, or a bargain with clauses. The dressed body also explains why Mami Wata can be both feared and admired by women. She offers a model of womanhood in which beauty is not mere ornament for male approval. It can be strategy, office, shield, temptation, and revenue. A beautifully dressed priestess may command attention before she speaks. A successful trader aligned with water power may use elegance as proof that the spirit's favor has material consequences. A spirit-marred woman may refine herself into a level of presentation that ordinary domestic life can neither afford nor easily criticize without revealing its envy. But the archive remains alert to danger. The dressed body can also become the body estranged from everyday human labor, the body so invested in performance that intimacy begins to feel like a threat to presentation. Too much attention to surfaces may signal that the person has become answerable to another economy, one in which glamour must be constantly fed with goods, gaze, and secrecy. This is where excess reveals itself again, not as abundance alone, but as maintenance burden. The beautiful life requires upkeep. The water spirit does not usually finance simplicity. There is a tenderness in this too. Many people who lived under harsh conditions, colonial extraction, economic instability, or social diminishment, used adornment to insist on personhood. To dress beautifully was not always vanity. It was survival with style. It was refusal of degradation. Mami Wata's affinity with jewelry, cosmetics, and fine cloth therefore also makes her a spirit of aesthetic dignity. She permits the body to want more than bare survival. She permits the body to ask for polish, softness, and glamour, even while warning that the pursuit of those things can become spiritually and socially expensive. So the dressed body in this archive is not a distraction from the sacred core. It is one of the sacred core's most eloquent instruments. Cloth teaches how desire drapes itself. Jewelry teaches how wealth seeks skin. Presentation teaches how the social world is governed by gaze, and Mami Wata, always composed, always knowing the angle of the light, teaches that sex and excess often begin not in flesh alone, but in the art of making the body look like a room where luxury has already taken up residence. Some of the most haunting Mami Wata stories take place not at the shoreline, not in the market, not on the altar, but in the room where a human being tries and fails to maintain ordinary intimacy. The bed is where social theories become private evidence. Publicly, a person may still be admired, prosperous, beautifully dressed, perhaps even newly devout, but the bed knows whether desire has remained available to human life. The bed knows whether the body answers warmly, reluctantly, or not at all. This is why so many spirit spouse tales eventually return to the bedroom. The room becomes court of appeal. Here the invisible contract leaves visible consequences. A spouse waits, a body withdraws, a dream enters. The silence between two humans thickens with a presence no one else is expected to believe. In some tellings, the door itself becomes important. a door separating husband from wife, a door the dream lover seems able to pass through without opening, a door kept closed on certain ritual nights, a doorway where offerings are placed because something about the threshold has become erotically charged. The symbolism is elegant. The body is one door, the room is another, the spirit world is a third, and all three are now in negotiation. Once again, sex becomes jurisdiction. Who is allowed through? Who waits outside? Which visitor arrives in wet silence after midnight and leaves the waking relationship chilled by morning? This is where the language of being closed becomes so powerful. A person may be physically present, socially intact, and externally healthy, yet intimate life stops opening. Suitors fail, marriage delays repeat, touch becomes unresponsive, desire turns nocturnal or privatized. The older archive reads such conditions not as random misfortune, but as signs that the erotic door is under spirit management. Modern deliverance discourse, of course, reworks this harshly into marine spirit accusation. But even stripped of that theology, the older symbolic structure remains profoundly interesting. It understands that sex is not always available simply because the body is alive. Availability itself can be withdrawn by meanings larger than the individual will. And how is that withdrawal felt? Often not dramatically. It may feel like distance where there should be ease, coolness where there should be warmth, distracted eyes, a partner who seems more exhausted after dreams than after labor, a person who dresses beautifully for the world and yet cannot inhabit the ordinary tenderness of a shared bed. This is one reason the archive feels so psychologically sharp. It notices that relational failure is rarely only about morality. It is also about atmosphere, timing, magnetism, and competing forms of desire that never learned how to negotiate each other kindly. There are also stories in which the bedroom becomes luxurious at the exact moment intimacy becomes least human. Fine cloth, good scent, glass bottles, silk pillowcases, wealth in corners where love should have been enough. The irony is deliberate. The room gets more beautiful as the relationship gets more haunted. This is excess with a sting in it. The water spouse may decorate the life, even while denying its ordinary fruition. Once again, the archive separates abundance from ease. One may own a costly bed and still sleep badly. One may glow outwardly and remain erotically unavailable to the person lying an arm's length away. This is why some of the most moving figures in the archive are not the glamorous spirits themselves, but the human spouses and would-be spouses standing bewildered at the edge of the mystery. The wife who senses another woman in the room without seeing her. The husband who cannot understand why every suitor withdraws from his beloved. The family that celebrates a prosperous marriage while quietly worrying over the missing children. These figures make the lore social rather than merely sensational. They remind us that water spirits of sex and excess are not only about extraordinary encounters. They are also about the ordinary people asked to live beside those encounters. Cece. And yet, even here, the stories remain more nuanced than simple condemnation. Sometimes the closed body is not only a tragedy, sometimes it is a refusal. A woman aligned with a powerful water spirit may not be available because her life has been redirected toward priesthood, trade, autonomy, or another form of intimacy with the sacred that a conventional marriage cannot easily contain. A body that closes to one arrangement may be opening to another office. This ambiguity matters. It prevents us from reading every relational disruption as punishment. Sometimes it is vocation wearing the face of difficulty. Still, the bed remembers. It remembers what was promised and what was withheld. It remembers perfume that did not belong to the household. It remembers dreams that left the sleeper flushed, distant, or emptied. It remembers the coldness of invisible jealousy. It remembers how sex, once treated as private recreation by modern simplifications, becomes in this archive something far more consequential. A door through which beauty, wealth, spirits, law, loneliness, and excess all pass in their turn. Dreams are perhaps the most intimate water in the entire tradition. They flood without leaving puddles. They rearrange desire before breakfast. This is why so many Mami Wata stories rely on dream courtship. A public encounter at the shoreline may begin the process, but the real negotiations often happen in sleep. Dreams allow the spirit to enter the body without needing witnesses. They allow the contract to feel both personal and undeniable. The sleeper cannot call neighbors to confirm the event, yet wakes with conviction in the nerves. Something happened. Someone came. The room may be dry, but the body knows it has traveled. In many accounts, the dream lover does not arrive with monstrosity. She arrives with beauty calibrated precisely to the sleeper's weakness, a face too composed to refuse, skin luminous in low water light, hair brushed to slow perfection, voice neither loud nor urgent. Perhaps she stands at the door of an underwater chamber. Perhaps she simply sits and looks until the dreamer feels the full embarrassment of being perfectly understood. This is what makes the dream motif so powerful. It assumes that desire can be recruited not by violence first, but by recognition. The dream then becomes a site where eros and instruction blend. Come with me, return what you took, accept what I offer, keep faith, keep silence, bring me this, avoid that. In waking life, these would sound like commands. In dream life, they feel more like inevitabilities, as though the spirit is not imposing law, but revealing what the body already agreed to beneath conscious speech. This is one reason dream marriages feel so binding in the archive. They are experienced not as external coercion, but as a deeper layer of the self suddenly surfacing with frightening clarity. And dreams alter the waking body in specific ways. A person may wake exhausted, euphoric, confused, intensely desirous, strangely satisfied, or obsessed with returning to the dream space. Each of these responses teaches something about the spirit domain. Exhaustion says the encounter was not merely symbolic. Euphoria says the dream offered an intensity ordinary life rarely achieves. Confusion says the categories of waking morality were insufficient. Obsession says the body has discovered an appetite more polished than whatever daylight had previously arranged for it. This is why dream lore does so much cultural work around spirit spouses. It explains why a person may seem unavailable to human love, even while remaining profoundly erotic. Their desire has been educated elsewhere. They have been courted by a register of beauty that everyday life cannot easily match. The result may be relational difficulty, yes, but it may also be extraordinary charisma. Many traditions note that those favored by Mami Wata can become unusually attractive, persuasive, or successful. The dream, in other words, does not only steal, it also stylizes. Dreams are also democratic in a peculiar way. They cross class. The fisherman can have them, the trader can have them, the priestess, the driver, the unmarried woman, the prosperous man, the lonely adolescent, the already married spouse, each may become the site of visitation. This makes dream lore an excellent vehicle for communities to discuss sex without requiring public confession. One can speak about spiritual dreams, marine spouses, nocturnal visitations, or water callings, and thereby address a wide range of intimate disturbances indirectly. Folklore preserves privacy by translating confession into symbol. Modern religious movements inherit this structure and harden it. Sexual dreams become evidence of attack. Marine spouses become demons. Desire becomes accusation. But the older archive remains more supple. It knows dreams can call, bless, seduce, confuse, elevate, or punish. It does not rush to flatten them into one meaning. That interpretive spaciousness is part of what makes water spirit lore so compelling. It is closer to the actual complexity of erotic life, where pleasure and anxiety often arrive together, and where not every night disturbance can be sorted into virtue and vice before dawn. So dreams in the Mami Wata world are not mere symbols. They are wet corridors of jurisdiction. They are rooms where beauty bargains. They are rehearsal spaces for excess. They are the place where sex becomes atmosphere before it becomes event. And because dreams can leave such durable marks on waking taste, posture, preference, and fidelity, they remain one of the tradition's most refined tools for exploring what it means to be erotically claimed by something that does not need daylight to govern you. Money in Mami Wata stories rarely behaves like wages. It arrives too silkily for that. This is crucial. The archive is full of money, but it is not primarily interested in bookkeeping. It is interested in the moral texture of sudden gain, fishing abundance beyond expected luck, trade success without obvious explanation, gambling fortune, customers arriving with improbable consistency, coins appearing, gifts multiplying, business ripening as though the invisible had taken a special interest in your accounts. Such money is erotically charged because it seems desired into being. It feels less earned than bestowed, and bestowal always raises the question, by whom, in exchange for what, and with what ongoing right over the receiver. This is why Mami Wata, more than many other spirits, becomes the natural patron of transactional desire. She does not merely offer pleasure, she offers an equation. Beauty for loyalty, glamour for secrecy, wealth for exclusivity, health for ritual, charisma for obedience. The language of contract sits very close to the language of seduction, because in her orbit, the two are often inseparable. One does not simply receive money, one enters a relationship with the source of money, and the relationship has moods, jealousies, timings, and appetites of its own. Communities use the symbolic economy to think about a great many uncomfortable realities. Why do some people rise faster than others? Why does prosperity sometimes isolate rather than connect? Why do the newly rich often display not only goods, but altered erotic habits, new tastes, new spouses, new forms of distance from former kin? Mami Wata lore provides one answer. Because certain kinds of wealth are not neutral. They arrive with aesthetic and sexual rearrangements attached. The money changes what the body wants, what the body wears, what the body dreams, and whom the body can still tolerate. This is where the stories of collapse become so important. A person receives favor, grows rich, ignores the terms, takes another lover, betrays the secret, or treats the gift as a private asset rather than a governed relation. Then the money thins, the fish disappear, the customers vanish. The glamour curdles into illness or madness. Again, the lesson is not only anti-wealth, it is anti-mismanaged wealth. Anti-wealth cut loose from relational accountability. Anti-money treated as pure possession rather than as evidence of an ongoing claim. The spirit is saying, in effect, what I financed, I can repossess. And yet the archive also recognizes the seductive dignity money can offer. Good cloth, better housing, relief from hunger, greater freedom in choosing lovers or refusing them, the ability to become a woman or man of consequence in the market. Money is not condemned because it is useless. It is desired because it works. This realism is one of the strongest things about Mami Wata law. It does not pretend people want wealth only because they are greedy. People want wealth because wealth softens life. It perfumes hardship. It gives the body options. It lets a woman or man enter rooms differently. That is precisely why the bargain is believable. When wealth is eroticized in these stories, what is really being said is that prosperity can make the self feel more desirable to itself. A person who succeeds dresses differently, walks differently, sleeps differently, chooses company differently. Money touches the sensual life. It changes the feel of soap on skin, of cloth on the thigh, of food on the tongue, of night air entering a room with electric fan instead of stagnant heat. Mami Wata's money therefore matters because it teaches how economics enters the senses. Excess is not only numerical, it is tactile. This is also why the loss of such wealth feels like erotic catastrophe in many tales. The person is not simply poorer, they are stripped of an atmosphere. The fine cloth goes, the perfume dries up, the house loses gleam. The body's easy confidence drains away. The dream lover returns now not as sponsor but as offended creditor. And the community which had watched the rise with fascination watches the fall with a complicated mixture of pity and satisfaction. Folklore enjoys symmetry. What the spirit dressed, the spirit may undress. So money in this archive is never merely currency. It is condensed enchantment, condensed desire, condensed social explanation. It can build a shrine, decorate a body, destabilize a marriage, finance a priesthood, or expose the hidden price of wanting too beautifully. When Mami Wata offers wealth, she is not offering escape from the erotic. She is thickening the erotic with metal, cloth, bottles, rooms, and all the things that make success feel as if it can be stroked with the hand. That is why water spirits of sex and excess remain such persuasive interpreters of modern life. They understand that money is never only counted. It is also worn, smelled, displayed, hidden, and dreamed. At the end of all these series, we should come back to two very old human figures because they carry the archive especially well: the Fisherman and the Trader. The fisherman belongs naturally to Mami Wata because he already lives at the edge of provision and unpredictability. He leaves shore not knowing exactly what will return with him. His labor depends on waters that feed and drown, waters that conceal riches and hazards in the same motion. He is therefore an ideal character for stories about seduction, luck, and disappearance. When he sees a beautiful woman at the edge of the creek, or a figure half seen among reeds and shining current, the encounter feels plausible because he is already accustomed to bargaining with what he cannot fully control. In many tellings, he is alone at the moment of encounter, and this solitude matters. Desire intensifies when unobserved. So does greed, so does curiosity. The fisherman sees the comb, the hair, the mirror, the whetstone, the impossible body, half between human and something more. Perhaps he hears a voice, perhaps only the water changes tone. He follows, or he lingers, or he takes the object left behind. However the story chooses to phrase it, his life is now bent around a new center. The creek he once used for livelihood has become intimate territory. The trader, by contrast, meets Mami Wata through circulation, markets, goods, roots, foreign objects, customer luck, and the dangerous pleasure of things that move quickly through the hands. The trader's seduction is often less aquatic in appearance and more commercial in temperature. Profit begins to rise, taste becomes finer, a stranger appears, dreams grow expensive, the warehouse or stall becomes as charged as any riverbank. If the fisherman embodies the danger of following beauty into depth, the trader embodies the danger of letting beauty attach itself to profit until the two can no longer be cleanly separated. These two figures together tell us almost everything. The fisherman teaches that nature itself can seduce. The trader teaches that commerce can do the same. One meets the spirit in water, the other meets her in circulation. One risks disappearance, the other risks private contract disguised as success. Both return changed. Both may prosper for a time. Both may become socially difficult to read. Both may find that what looked like blessing was really relationship, and relationship is always more demanding than a one-time gift. And return, of course, is one of the archive's loveliest and most unsettling motifs. The missing one comes back. But back is not simple. The one who returns from the underwater palace, from the dream marriage, from the period of affliction and initiation, from the city encounter, from the shrine discipline, does not step back into their former place untouched. They bring atmosphere with them, new appetites, new reserve, new style, new magnetism, sometimes new loneliness. This is why communities stare at returnees so carefully. A person can come home and still carry another world around them like fragrance. Folklore, always economical, asks the final question through these figures. What should a person do after they have seen more beauty, more excess, more pleasure, more danger than their previous life knew how to manage? The archive offers several answers. Some must establish shrines and become disciplined. Some must renounce what they were offered. Some are ruined. Some become healers. Some become cautionary stories for others. Some become elegant enigmas whom nobody fully understands again. Mami Wata, generous and exacting at once, allows all these endings because desire itself rarely keeps to one script. So perhaps the fisherman and the trader remain with us because they are versions of everyone listening. One part of us goes out onto uncertain water, hoping for provision. Another part moves through markets hoping for increase. One part is lured by mystery, another by profit. One part wants to be held by beauty, another wants to use beauty to rise. The stories know this. They do not flatter us by pretending otherwise. They simply say, "Very well. Since you are human, let me show you what happens when wanting becomes tidal, when pleasure puts on jewelry, when money learns perfume, and when the road back from excess is no longer straight." In one slow strand of storytelling, there is a woman from a lake town who begins with very little except a disciplined eye for beautiful things. She is not born wealthy. She is born observant. This matters more than people first realize. She notices which wrappers catch light well in the market. She notices which women enter a room already arranged, as if they had spent the morning in negotiation with a mirror and won. She notices the scents carried by traders who come from farther downriver, the kinds of soap and pomade that make even fatigue look expensive. She is not greedy exactly. She is hungry for finish, hungry for the polished version of life that seems to slide over some women, the way clean water slides over stone. At first, her mother tells her the ordinary things mothers say in tales like this. Work first, beauty later. A pretty wrapper cannot boil yam, a mirror will not buy pepper. Men admire gloss when the sun is down and ask for labor when the morning comes. The girl hears all this and does not argue. She is not foolish. She works, she carries. She learns the prices of fish, salt, oil, cloth, and metal. But in the evenings she sits near the edge of the lake with a small brass bowl full of water and studies her own reflection in the darkening surface. Not because she thinks herself more beautiful than others, because she suspects beauty is a discipline and no one in the town has yet explained its method. Then the dreams begin, not violent dreams, luxurious ones. She sees a woman seated in a room made mostly of reflection, where every wall seems to know how to catch candlelight and hold it in place. The woman is combing her hair with a comb that looks at once gold and older than gold, as if it had been made from sunlight, taught to obey. Around her are mirrors, bottles, white cloth, bracelets, and one calm python asleep as though danger itself had relaxed into decoration. The woman does not ask the dreamer for worship. At first, she asks a simpler question: how carefully do you wish to be made? This is a marvelous question for a young woman who has only ever been asked how useful she can be. She wakes with the sentence in her body the way some people wake with perfume already in memory. How carefully do you wish to be made? After that, she begins to change, though from the outside the changes look harmless. She saves for finer cloth. She washes with greater patience. She oils her skin. She watches older women who dress like authority and begins to imitate not their wealth but their finish. It is subtle at first, then less subtle. Soon customers prefer her stall to others, though her goods are no better and no cheaper. They simply linger longer near her table, as if beauty has improved the quality of trade itself. This too is part of the law. The spirit's favor does not always arrive as gold dropped on the threshold. Sometimes it arrives as extraordinary attractiveness joined to commercial luck. A person's face becomes persuasive, their calm becomes profitable, their body learns how to hold attention without pleading for it. The woman prospers, a better roof, better dishes, better stock, better scents, better lamps. She begins, slowly and without apology, to build a house that contains more reflective surfaces than the town thinks necessary. Visitors notice. They tease her gently at first. "Sister, how many mirrors does one face need?" She smiles and answers, "Only as many as one life." As the house grows more beautiful, so do the rumors. Some people say she has become too proud. Others say she has found a marine sponsor. Some men court her with the overconfidence of those who mistake self-possessed beauty for easy availability. She receives them politely and lets them leave with their dignity mostly intact. For the strange thing is this: though she is admired constantly, she is not easy to marry. Suitors fade, promises dissolve, one falls ill, another becomes frightened after dreaming of wet footsteps in his room. A third says only that whenever he sat beside her, he felt as if he were being observed by a much older patience than his own. The town begins to whisper that she is perhaps too closely dressed by water to belong comfortably to any ordinary household. The woman herself does not entirely disagree. The dreams have become clearer. The lake woman appears more often, sometimes combing her hair, sometimes simply arranging perfume bottles on a low table and saying nothing at all, which in a dream can feel more binding than a speech. Once she tells the dreamer to place a mirror opposite the door. Once she instructs her to leave white cloth near a bowl of water on certain nights. Once she says very softly, "Never let your beauty become hungry enough to serve a fool." The dreamer wakes grateful and uneasy because the line between instruction and claim is narrowing. There comes a season when business grows so strong that other women begin coming not only to buy from her but to ask how she has done it. This changes the story. Instead of becoming the isolated, glamorous woman resented by the town, she begins teaching others what she can without surrendering what cannot be taught. She helps them choose cloth. She tells them when to raise a price and when to lower it. She explains that a woman must dress with the same intelligence she uses in bargaining. She says a customer should feel that your table is orderly, your hand clean, your eye awake, your scent respectful, your goods worth touching. Little by little, the House of Mirrors becomes something like a school of finish. This is the turn that saves her story from becoming a simple cautionary tale. Her beauty does not collapse into vanity because she redistributes some of its lessons. She remains elegant, yes, and still somewhat feared. But she also becomes useful in a new register. Younger women begin to say that after visiting her, they stand differently. They bargain more firmly. They stop apologizing for wanting good cloth. They stop treating dignity as if it were only for men or for the wives of rich men. In this way, the spirit's glamour becomes a kind of collective literacy. Water's excess is translated into female poise. Still, a cost remains. The woman never becomes mother in the ordinary public sense the town expected. Some say this proves the spirit has taken her fertility in exchange for prosperity. Others say it proves only that she refused to give her life to a man who wanted her labor, but not her light. She herself says very little about the matter. If pressed, she shrugs and asks whether every fruitful thing must bear the same fruit. Then she turns the conversation back to business. The town is unsatisfied by this answer, of course, because communities prefer fixed moral conclusions, but the story refuses to supply one. It lets her remain unresolved, which is another way of saying it lets her remain powerful. In old age, the house is remembered as cool, scented, lined with reflections, and somehow always more spacious than it should have been. Young women still came there to learn how to dress without begging, how to trade without apologizing, how to treat the mirror as instrument rather than accusation. Sometimes they said the old woman would pause in the middle of conversation, tilt her head slightly as if listening to rain that had not begun, and smile toward a corner where one of the mirrors held a little more darkness than the others. No one disturbed that corner. Some wisdom is improved by leaving room for the one who funded it. There is another tale told in many shapes about a fisherman who loved the water in the practical way first and only later in the dangerous way. He was a competent man, not a dreamer by nature. He woke before dawn, patched his nets when they needed patching, spoke respectfully to elders, and did not waste much time with perfume, mirrors, or city fantasies. If he admired beautiful women, he did so in the ordinary manner of men who expect admiration to remain separate from livelihood. The creek fed him. He respected it. He did not imagine it desired him back. That assumption, like many sturdy assumptions in folklore, was only waiting for one well-arranged evening to collapse. One dusk, after a day of disappointing catch, he found a stretch of bank he did not usually visit. The water there was too calm, as if it had pulled itself together for company. On a stone sat a woman combing her hair. She was not naked, not exactly, but her cloth clung so carefully to the body that the distinction felt almost ceremonial. Her arms moved with unhurried expertise. Beside her lay a mirror and a bottle the fisherman later could not name, except by saying it looked expensive enough to know its own worth. He stopped in the reeds and watched longer than any cautious man should have. When she noticed him, she did not scream or hide. She simply looked back. That look did more damage than panic could have done. There was nothing needy in it, nothing modest, only recognition, as though she had been expecting him at this exact bend of the creek since before he was born. Then, with the same composure, she slipped into the water and was gone. Left behind on the stone was the mirror. The fisherman told himself he picked it up, because such an object should not be abandoned on the bank. Folklore allows people these thin lies so that the truth can arrive in better clothing later. That night he dreamed of a room beneath the creek where the walls glimmered and the floor felt cool as smooth shell. The woman sat waiting, now attended by two serpents that seemed less like guards than like old court officials. She asked for the mirror. He offered it. She laughed softly and said, "No, not that one. The one you carried home inside your chest." Then she kissed him, or almost kissed him, or brought her mouth so near that the fisherman woke, unable to say which of those was worse. By morning, his body felt both exhausted and richly attended to, as if sleep had spent him and adorned him in the same hour. From that week onward his luck changed. Nets returned heavy. Fish seemed to move toward his canoe rather than away. Buyers paid quickly. Repairs cost less than expected. Even the weather cooperated with suspicious elegance. He prospered. He also began dreaming regularly, and the dreams were no longer ambiguous about their terms. Do not lie with another woman carelessly. Do not speak of me as if I were a joke. Leave scent and drink where the creek can smell them. Remember who increased you. At first, he obeyed with the terrified gratitude of a man who knows he has stumbled into a fortune beyond his station. But abundance changes a person's posture, and posture changes a person's memory. By the second prosperous season, he began to think of the relationship less as covenant and more as lucky episode. He bought better clothes. He considered marriage. He let his mother introduce him to the daughter of a neighboring compound, a young woman whose quietness he took for compatibility. The wedding proceeded. There was food, music, laughter, and every outward sign of ordinary blessing. Only the groom slept badly afterward, for on the wedding night he dreamed the creek had risen into the room, stopping just short of the bed. In the shallow dark water stood the woman from the stone, holding the mirror he had never truly returned. Married life then became an exercise in divided climate. By day he remained prosperous. By night he drifted. His wife noticed first that he smelled sometimes of river mist when he had not gone near the bank. Then that he would wake flushed or utterly drained. Then that his body, though present, withheld something essential from the marriage. Meanwhile, the catch began to thin. Not collapse all at once, which would have been mercifully simple, but thin the way a lie thins once it has been repeated too often. Buyers haggled. Nets tore. The new roof leaked. The wife's face took on the patient misery of someone competing with an invisible woman and losing on terms she cannot even name in the open air. At last the fisherman sought help from an older woman known for understanding water matters better than priests who only liked dry explanations. She listened, nodded, and told him what he already knew. "You did not receive luck," she said. "You entered a marriage and tried to treat it as weather." The fisherman wept then, less from fear than from the humiliating clarity of the sentence. For this is one of folklore's cruelest truths. Men often understand commitment only when the invisible explains it better than the living have been able to do. The remedy was not dramatic, no battle, no thunder, only humility, offerings, and the recognition that one cannot keep every version of oneself. The fisherman returned to the creek with drink, mirror, and fine cloth. He asked forgiveness. He asked release for his human wife. He asked that whatever claim had sweetened his life also loosen it enough for him to live honestly. In some tellings, the spirit grants this with cold generosity. In others, she takes back the excess and leaves only survival. In the version I prefer, she leaves him neither rich nor ruined. She leaves him ordinary again, which turns out to be a harder gift than people think. His marriage becomes gentler after that, though not immediately passionate. The body takes time to forget expensive dreams. The creek remains productive, but no longer miraculous. The fisherman ages into a man who teaches younger men not to follow beauty simply because it sits still and lets itself be watched. When he speaks of the matter at all, he says only this: the water can love you, but do not confuse being loved by the water with being free. Then he checks his nets, as practical men do when wisdom has cost them enough. The last story I want to tell before we return to the water is about a person whose beauty was considered inconvenient long before anyone knew what to do with it. As a child, this person was difficult for relatives to sort correctly. Too graceful, some said, too inward, too drawn to water, too interested in cloth, scent, jewelry, and the rituals by which bodies decide how to appear. In one mood, they moved with a softness elders called feminine. In another, they held themselves with a commanding stillness that unsettled those who preferred neat labels. Their family worried, not because the child was wicked, but because communities often become anxious around bodies that blur categories without asking permission. Then the dreams began, and anxiety found a story to wear. The dreams were lush rather than frightening: a room of white cloth, bowls of water, bottles lined in careful rows, someone unseen adjusting bracelets at the wrist, someone laughing from behind a curtain. Sometimes a woman appeared with hair perfumed and heavy as night rain. Sometimes the dreamer could not tell whether the figure approaching was male, female, both, or something more like perfect presentation given human shape. That ambiguity felt less confusing in sleep than in daylight. In sleep, it felt right. The dreamer woke aching, scented by memory, and strangely consoled. Daylight was the harder country. As adolescence ripened, so did the disturbances. They fell into trance at festivals. They wept after hearing certain drum patterns. They became magnetic in ways that embarrassed the household. People stared. Some admired. Some mocked. One local preacher called it marine trouble. An aunt whispered that a water spouse had already taken hold. A grandmother, more patient than both, said perhaps the child was not in trouble at all, only being measured for another kind of life. This is one reason elders matter in such stories. They are often the only people capable of seeing vocation where others see only scandal. Eventually, the family brought the young person to an older priestess whose room smelled of powder, cool water, and something floral with a bite at the end. The priestess watched them sit, watched how they lowered their hands, watched how the gaze drifted toward the mirror in the corner, watched how certain drum strokes from far away tightened the skin along the arms. Then she said, with almost bored kindness, "Yes, the water has been dressing you for years." The family expected panic. The young person expected condemnation. Instead came instruction. Bathe this way, sleep near a bowl of water, wear white on these days. Do not let people use your body as a question. They're too lazy to answer themselves. This last sentence changed the whole life. Under ritual discipline, the dreams grew more coherent. The trances stopped feeling like humiliations and began feeling like doorways. The young person learned when to use perfume and when not to, when to keep mirrors covered, when to speak, when to let the drum answer, when to dress with softness, when with authority, and how to carry a body that others misread as excess without surrendering it to their misunderstanding. This is one of the most compassionate possibilities in the wider water spirit archive. That glamour, ambiguity, and erotic charge may be curated into office rather than punished into secrecy. In time, the perfumed room of the old priestess became theirs, not by theft, by inheritance of labor. People came with blocked marriages, with haunting dreams, with unexplained infertility, with children too beautiful for a narrow town, with sons unable to settle, daughters unable to be diminished, husbands convinced invisible wives were spoiling the bed, and wives who knew their husbands were returning from sleep more dressed than they had gone into it. The new priestess listened to all of them. Sometimes the answer was ritual, sometimes common sense, sometimes a mirror covered for a month, sometimes perfume withheld, sometimes perfume prescribed. Sometimes the instruction was simply to stop trying to make every unusual desire into evidence of evil. The room became known for its beauty, glass clean, water changed daily, cloth without dust, scent never excessive, only exact. Clients said you felt seen there even before the priestess spoke. This made sense. A person who has spent a life negotiating gaze becomes unusually skilled at returning it. The priestess did not charm everyone. Some feared the room. Some called it marine deception. Some wanted its glamour while condemning its theology. That too is part of the archive. People often want beauty's benefits, without beauty's complications. But there were those who left transformed, women who learned that presentation could be dignity rather than vanity, men who learned that desire could be governed without being shamed, young people with bodies too fluid for their families' comfort who discovered that water had roomier categories than the street did. Couples who learned to distinguish spiritual disturbance from ordinary cruelty. Traders who learned that wealth with no ritual etiquette grows sour. And lonely people, perhaps the loneliest, who learned that the dreams visiting them were not always punishments, but invitations to understand how fiercely the body wanted to be handled with ceremony. When the priestess grew old, the room remained younger than she did. That is the advantage of ritual care. It keeps surfaces alive. On the last evening before illness took her voice, she asked for the mirror to be uncovered, for one small bottle of scent to be opened, and for the bowl by the door to be filled again, though it was already full. She looked at her reflection a long time, not proudly, simply attentively, as one might study a shoreline before crossing. Then she said to the apprentice sitting beside her, "Beauty is not the danger. Hunger without discipline is the danger. Water only shows people which hunger they have decided to perfume." After that, she rested, and the room kept teaching in her absence. One of the most important motifs in the research, and one that deserves a place in a script about water spirits of sex and excess, is the therapeutic shrine, sometimes spoken of almost like a hospital. That word matters because it changes the emotional temperature of the whole archive. We stop looking only at seduction and start looking at aftermath. We stop asking only who was lured and begin asking who is treated, who interprets, who cleanses, who cools, who teaches the body to negotiate with what has already entered it. This is a beautiful turn in the law because it allows the water spirit world to become not only the source of erotic disturbance, but also the place where erotic disturbance is studied with seriousness. Imagine such a place in southeastern Nigeria or along a coastal route where these traditions remain legible. It is not a hospital in the steel and fluorescent sense. No white-coated rush, no clipped speech, no machine humming in a corner. Instead, there is a room prepared by water logic. Bowls, cloths, mirrors, though sometimes covered. Perfume used sparingly, so that scent feels diagnostic rather than decorative. Shells, bottles, maybe a cane-backed chair for the older priestess or healer who has seen every possible variation of desire gone sideways. Clients come in carrying conditions modern language might separate too quickly. Infertility, impotence, repeated erotic dreams, blocked marriage, unexplained charisma, mental unrest, jealousy, a spouse growing cold, business prosperity accompanied by bodily unease, children who talk too sweetly to water, adults whose beauty has become socially expensive. What is astonishing here is that the shrine hospital refuses the neat division between sex, money, mind, and spirit. The client who complains of marital trouble may also be a trader whose fortunes rose too suddenly. The woman who cannot conceive may also be dreaming nightly of an underwater chamber. The man who says his desire has dried up may also admit, after patient questioning, that every time he tries to love his wife, he smells river water when none should be. The anxious mother who brings a daughter described as too vain or too magnetic may discover that the girl's body is not merely acting out, but calling for ritual interpretation. The Hospital of the Water takes all of this together because the archive itself takes all of this together. There is a sensual intelligence even in the treatments. A bath may be prescribed, but not as hygiene alone. Bathing cools, resets, returns the skin to the element that first carried the trouble. Cloth may be changed because presentation alters spiritual climate. Perfume may be withheld for a season if glamour has been running too far ahead of grounding. Or perfume may be newly introduced if the problem is not excess but collapse. Not dangerous abundance, but the failure of the body to remember its own allure. A mirror may be covered so the client stops feeding a harmful attachment to reflected selfhood. A mirror may be uncovered so the client learns again to face the self without fear. Water, scent, cloth, and gaze become forms of medicine. This helps explain why the women and men who run such places often carry an authority that feels both maternal and erotic, clinical and ceremonial. They are not embarrassed by the body. They know too much about the body for that. They know that a person's scent can tell a story, that the quality of a gaze can signal spiritual congestion, that some forms of desire are not sinful so much as misaligned, and that certain kinds of beauty become unstable when they are admired without being ritually housed. Their authority, then, does not come from pretending the flesh is irrelevant. It comes from years spent watching how the flesh behaves when power has entered it unevenly. I like to imagine a day in such a room. In the morning, a newly married woman comes in, not weeping, only tired, saying her husband sleeps beside her like a man listening to another voice. By noon, a trader arrives, embarrassed to admit that his luck improved only after a sequence of dreams he has never spoken aloud. In the afternoon, an older couple appears because their daughter has become too captivating for her own safety, and speaks often of building a house full of glass and silver bowls. Later still, a man who has spent years mocking marine spirit talk confesses that every time he approaches the creek now, he feels both aroused and afraid, as if the water is remembering him with more intimacy than he can bear. The priestess hears all of them. Nothing shocks her. The room has already been taught how much a body can carry. This is where the theme of excess becomes especially refined. Excess is not merely what must be condemned. Sometimes it is what must be interpreted, cooled, redirected, redistributed, or taught to obey a better rhythm. A client may not need exorcism from beauty. They may need etiquette around beauty. They may need to stop feeding glamour with secrecy. They may need to stop confusing spirit sponsorship with permission to neglect their spouse. They may need to understand why wealth has become entangled with their bed. They may need to be told, gently and without accusation, that water has made them radiant, but not yet wise. This is medicine of a very old and very patient kind. And perhaps this is one of the most generous things the archive offers. It does not assume every entanglement with sex, desire, glamour, or invisible intimacy must end in disaster. There are paths of settlement, paths of discipline, paths of service, paths by which the person once overwhelmed by dreams becomes the person who can sit calmly beside another's confusion and say, yes, this too belongs to the body's long conversation with power. A hospital of the water therefore becomes a perfect symbol for the broader script we have been building. It holds together all the themes at once: sex as sacred force, excess as beautiful hazard, fertility as social question, glamour as medicine and temptation, and law itself as one of the oldest healing technologies still available to the night. Before we return fully to stillness, I want to name one last thing very clearly. In this archive, excess is almost never presented as simple appetite multiplied. It is not just more sex, more money, more beauty, more attention. Excess is what happens when one stream of life swells large enough to begin bending all the others around it. A person becomes so beautiful that beauty starts making social decisions on their behalf. A person becomes so wealthy that wealth changes the temperature of the bed. A person becomes so desired in dreams that waking love feels underpowered. A person becomes so fascinated with glamour that ordinary tenderness begins to look coarse. That is excess in the Mami Wata register. It is not quantity alone. It is disproportion. Water is the perfect metaphor for this because water always teaches proportion. Too little and the earth cracks. Too much and the earth loses shape. The right amount nourishes, the wrong amount erases boundaries. The same with erotic power. The same with luxury. The same with praise. The same with private pleasures that begin as consolation and end as sovereignty. Mami Wata, perhaps more than any other figure in this script, governs the moment when something delightful stops being only delightful and starts demanding political authority over the life. She is the patroness of the threshold where pleasure becomes regime. That is why her stories are so useful for sexual education in the oldest sense, not the sense of dry instruction alone, but the sense of being taught how power moves through the desiring body. They teach that attraction is never just chemistry, it is aspiration, projection, social fantasy, historical memory, commodity logic, loneliness, gender performance, class hunger, spiritual openness, vulnerability to being exquisitely seen. They teach that to want a body, a scent, a mirror, a richer life, or a lover from another register is already to be standing at a crossroads where many systems meet. Once you know that, desire stops being merely personal. It becomes cultural weather. And because the archive is wiser than moral panic, it refuses to tell us that the answer is to become numb. Water would laugh at such a project. The answer is not dryness, the answer is literacy. Learn what beauty is asking for. Learn what wealth is trying to purchase inside you. Learn when sex is becoming jurisdiction. Learn when glamour is still pleasure and when it has become debt. Learn whether the mirror is helping you compose dignity or trapping you in worship of your own reflection. Learn when a body needs adornment, when it needs cooling, when it needs discipline, and when it needs a room where its complicated desires can be interpreted without shame. That perhaps is the final tenderness in all these stories. They do not mock human longing. They take it seriously enough to build whole cosmologies around it. They say, yes, of course you want what glitters. Of course you want to be touched beautifully. Of course you want wealth that feels like silk against the skin rather than numbers in a ledger. Of course you want a version of yourself more elegant, more magnetic, less burdened by ordinary limits. The danger is not in wanting these things. The danger is in wanting them without asking what else will enter with them when the door opens. And so the archive remains neither prudish nor permissive in any shallow way. It is intimate, observant, and sternly affectionate. It does not slap desire from the hand. It places desire in the palm, turns it under the light, and asks whether you know how heavy it really is, and whether, for one last respectful act of play, we might let some of these waters lean toward one another a little more openly than the record usually does. One soft note before the final return. In many African sacred archives, including much Yoruba and Igbo material, divine figures are not always recorded the way many readers meet Greek or Norse mythology, where gods and heroes seem to keep reappearing in long dramatic chains, arguing and coupling and intervening from one episode to the next, as if myth were an enormous family chronicle. More often, in the records we have, these powers appear as forces, laws, elements, erotic principles, fertility logics, market pressures, ancestral conditions, and moral climates embodied in story. They press themselves into human lives. They do not always gather together in preserved scenes the way other mythic canons sometimes do. So let us be careful and say this plainly. What follows is not offered as fixed canon. It is respectful extrapolation, a little nighttime liberty, a way of asking what it might feel like if the waters and powers named in our research leaned toward one another long enough to dispute a town, seduce a destiny, protect a body, or dress a life. If the archive often gives us forces in parallel, tonight we will let them meet in passing, not loudly, not like a stage fight, more like weather systems touching at the edges, more like two perfumes entering the same room. There was once a market town built where fresh river water met a busier trade road than the elders entirely trusted. It was the sort of place where honey and imported scent could be sold within 10 paces of one another, where brides came to buy cloth beside women who had no intention of becoming brides at all, where everyone said the town was prospering, though no one could yet agree whether prosperity had made the town sweeter or merely more polished. In that market worked a young seller of combs, bracelets, honey, and mirror glass. Her beauty was not innocent in the way the old women preferred innocence. It was arranged. She knew which cloth made her shoulders look like a promise. She knew where to place scent so that a customer would lean in before remembering why they had approached. She knew how long to let her hand rest on a bowl of honey before lifting it so that the wrist itself seemed dipped in gold. Men desired her, of course. Women watched her with the more serious gaze reserved for someone who has learned too early how beauty moves money. And because the town stood between river sweetness and trade road glamour, two powers noticed her almost at once. Ocean, the sweet river's intelligence, who likes attraction when it ripens into fruitfulness, reciprocity, and social glue. And Mami Wata, who likes beauty when it grows more expensive than anyone first planned. Oshun came first in a dream of yellow cloth and slow bright water. She touched honey to the young woman's lips and wrists and said sweetness should circulate. Beauty is not only for conquest, it is for binding people gently back into one another. You must not let your gifts become so private that even laughter has to pay before it may enter your room. Mami Wata came the next night in a room lined with mirror shards and imported bottles. She drew one finger down the woman's throat, not touching, only nearly touching, and said, "Sweetness without price becomes unpaid labor. Do not let the town drink you as if you were public water. If they want glamour, let them learn what glamour costs. If they want your face, let them first prove they can survive your terms." Now this was a more interesting education than marriage proposals had been. By day, the young woman stood between the two teachings without announcing either. She sweetened her speech enough to keep customers lingering. She raised her prices just enough to keep fools away. She sold honey to brides. She sold mirrors to widows. She sold combs to girls who wanted to become more dangerous than their mothers had budgeted for. And for the first time, the market began to feel like an altar where love and commerce had agreed to sit beside one another without pretending to be the same thing. Suitors arrived in sequence. One offered land, one offered lineage, one offered the loud certainty of a man who mistakes desire for ownership. She received them beautifully and accepted none of them. This did not mean she lacked appetite. It meant appetite had become literate. She had learned from Oshun that attraction can nourish a whole town. She had learned from Mami Wata that a woman's magnetism should not be annexed cheaply into someone else's household pride. So she made another arrangement. Every 7th market day, she set out honey, river water, and one polished mirror beneath yellow cloth trimmed with a foreign ribbon. Women began gathering there before dawn. Young wives, unmarried sellers, tired mothers, widows with excellent posture, girls who had just discovered that being looked at could either become power or danger depending on who taught the lesson. The market table became a place where sweetness and glamour could be studied together. Oshun had not lost. Mami Wata had not lost. They had simply found a woman clever enough to let neither current swallow the other whole. And because myths enjoy a proper consequence, the town changed around her. Marriages grew less hungry for female erasure. Girls learned that adornment need not mean surrender. Men learned that a beautiful woman could enrich a town without becoming any one man's proof of success. And when elders asked later whose blessing had done all this, some said the river had sweetened the place. Some said the mirror had educated it. The wiser answer was that desire had been taught manners by two different waters at once. There was also a town where the cassava grew thick, the wives were beautiful, the husbands were vain about their good fortune, and the path from compound to creek had begun to shine too often under moonlight. You already know the kind of town. The sort where prosperity has made people feel discreet when they are merely careless. A trader there had come into money so quickly that his own body seemed surprised by it. He dressed better, he slept less honestly, he began smelling of soap and river mist at the same time. His wife, who had done nothing except remain faithful in the ordinary, laborious way fidelity asks, noticed his new distance before the town noticed his new shine. But towns are observant in stages. Soon they notice both. The man's trouble was not only that he desired. Desire alone would have interested no spirit enough to intervene. His trouble was proportion. He had taken luck as permission. He had mistaken Mami Wata's flirtation with his fortunes for a general pardon on the uses of the body. So he began meeting another man's wife in the liminal places, first near the reeds, then near the path where cassava roots drank from damp earth, then in the bush itself, where pleasure became insult to the land as well as betrayal of the bed. Now Ahla in Igbo thought does not need to shout in order to be offended. The land shows it, leaves yellow strangely, soil hardens at the wrong hour. The erotic misuse of the body becomes agricultural mood. And because sexual wrong in her register is never merely private, the whole town began to feel the offense in its crops. Not a total ruin, that would have been too easy. Only a troubling hesitation in the ground. Enough for people to begin asking what had been done where feet were not meant to do it. Mami Wata, for her part, did not appreciate the trader either. He had used glamour coarsely. He had let appetite go muddy. He had confused private pact with general entitlement. He had taken a spirit of contract and made her accessory to adultery in the bush, which is a cheaper imagination than the archive ever deserves. So when he dreamed of her at last, she did not arrive perfumed and half-smiling. She arrived immaculate, distant, with a mirror in one hand and a serpent sleeping across the other. She asked him a question so soft it ruined him. Did I dress you for secrecy or for stupidity? On the next night, Allah came not by seduction but by weight. He dreamed of wet earth pressed to his chest until he could hardly breathe. He dreamed of furrows closing. He dreamed of his wife's wrapper dragged through red soil and left there like evidence. He woke with dirt beneath his nails, though he had gone to sleep clean. Only then did he understand what older archives always understand. The body can violate more than another body. It can violate ground. It can offend lineage. It can make a whole town pay for the privacy of two people who believed moonlight erased witness. So he went first to the creek and then to the elders. This ordering matters. He knew one offense belonged to water and the other to land. At the creek he left scent, white cloth, and the costly wrist beads he had once believed made him irresistible. At the elder's compound he confessed not merely adultery but arrogance. The woman confessed too, because Ahla is not served by making women carry the full moral weather of a man's vanity. Purification followed, not spectacle, work, baths, offerings, restraint, the long embarrassed labor of putting appetite back under law. And so, in the telling I prefer, Ahla and Mami Wata did not wage theatrical war over the town. They worked from different elements towards the same correction. Ahla said, desire must not desecrate the soil that holds the ancestors. Mami Wata said, desire must not become so vulgar that it cannot remember its own terms. Between them, the trader lost enough shine to become human again. The cassava softened back into generosity. And the town learned that sensuality without etiquette is not freedom, it is only appetite forgetting where it has placed its feet. Farther inland, where lake memory, river ambition, and trade desire could still reach one another without needing a map, there lived a woman who had outlived 2 proposals, 1 husband, and every local opinion about what should happen to a woman once she became beautiful and financially competent at the same time. This alone made her suspicious to some. She sold cloth, not ordinary cloth. Cloth with appetite, cloth that wanted wrists, hips, shoulders, and festival light, cloth that made quiet women stand straighter and made loud men discover they were not, in fact, the most decorative things in the room. By the time she turned 30, she had built a compound with polished walls, good mats, proper storage, and one private room where no one entered without invitation. Naturally, the town concluded a spirit had taken interest. The town was right. It was simply inaccurate about how many. Uhamiri noticed her first. The lake woman always knows the difference between a woman who wants adornment for approval and a woman who wants adornment as self-definition. In dream, Uhamiri sat combing her hair with a golden comb and said, "Never let anyone pity you for not shrinking. Beauty is not a plea, beauty is a jurisdiction." When the dreamer woke, she bought a better comb and stopped apologizing for the amount of time she spent preparing herself before market. Idemili came next in a dream not of mirrors but of verticality. Pillar of water, good posture, rank, a room entering order simply because the right woman had crossed its threshold. Idemili touched the cloth merchant's shoulder, straightened the fall of a wrapper across her chest and said, "Elegance is administrative. Do not move through rooms as if you have borrowed permission. Move as if the room is relieved you arrived." When the dreamer woke, she changed the way she sat while receiving customers and found that men bargained less foolishly with a woman who looked as though she had already priced herself correctly. Mami Wata came last, and of course she came with the most dangerous gifts: mirror, perfume, imported shine. The suggestion that one woman's body could become a whole theory of modernity if dressed with sufficient intelligence. She told the cloth merchant, "Let them desire you if they must, but do not let desire be the only economy in the room. Take their admiration and turn it into structure. Take their staring and build inventory from it. Take their fantasies and invoice them." So the woman began to live as if three waters had braided her. From Uhamiri, she learned the dignity of childless abundance without shame. From Idemili, she learned that fashion can become title, not merely temptation. From Mami Wata, she learned how foreign glamour, mirrors, scent, and a little danger can make commerce kneel more quickly than politeness alone ever will. Her lovers, when she took them, were chosen carefully and dismissed beautifully. Her body was not withdrawn from pleasure. It was simply no longer available to every man who confused admiration with claim. Women began coming to her not only for cloth but for lessons. How do you tie the wrapper so that it invites attention and still keeps authority? How much scent is too much? When is a mirror vanity and when is it rehearsal for dignity? How does a woman remain desirable without handing her whole future to the first person who notices? The cloth merchant answered them with both seriousness and pleasure. She let girls practice with combs. She taught widows how to return shine to their wardrobes without waiting for permission from grief. She taught brides that marriage should never require ugliness as proof of virtue. She taught older traders to wear better bracelets when collecting large debts. And because myth is generous when it finds a woman using power elegantly, the town prospered around her. Not because everyone became rich, because women became harder to underdress into submission. When people later asked whose wife she finally became, the best answer was none of the available men and all of the waters that had dressed her. Some said this as criticism, some as awe. She herself only laughed, adjusted the cloth at her shoulder, and said that a woman may belong first to the form of life she is clever enough to build. And somewhere in the lake dark, a golden comb paused. Somewhere in the river, a pillar of water stood straighter. Somewhere in a mirror, another woman saw herself coming. At the coast, there was once a beautiful young person whom the town could not classify without damaging them a little. By morning some called them son, by evening others said daughter. By festival light no one was entirely certain what to call the body except striking. This unsettled people who preferred categories to be as dry as ledgers. It delighted the sea. The young person loved adornment the way some children love songs before they know the words. Glass caught their eye. Blue cloth did something extraordinary to the line of their neck. A drop of scent at the throat changed the whole room around them. They were not promiscuous, as frightened people often claim about beauty they cannot sort. They were simply vivid, and vividness is enough to invite myth. First came Yehmoja in a dream of salt water and broad maternal hands. She wrapped the dreamer in blue and white and said, "Survive. Whatever else your body becomes, let it live long enough to know itself." This was love in the register of shelter. Then came Olohkun, deeper, quieter, dressed in the dark abundance that belongs to waters below light. Olohkun did not ask the dreamer to choose a side of themselves. Olohkun simply stood there with impossible calm and made choice look smaller than depth. The dreamer woke from that visitation with a feeling new to them, not confusion, but scale. The self had become larger than the names thrown at it on shore. Mami Wata arrived last, naturally, with the least interest in modest simplification. She brought mirror, red-white glamour, the suggestion of cosmetics used as argument, and the dangerous insight that a body can be powerful precisely where the town becomes anxious. She said if they are going to stare, give them something worthy of the staring. Do not become smaller for an audience that has mistaken your complexity for an inconvenience. Let your presentation teach them how much of the world they have failed to imagine. Now this could have become ruin. It becomes ruin often enough. A vivid body, a frightened town, too much desire, not enough language. But here the waters did not compete so much as divide the labor of keeping the young person whole. Yemoja gave protection, Olohkun gave depth, Mami Wata gave visible glamour, and the courage to let style become shield rather than confession. The young person grew into a singer whose voice moved like tide water through festival nights. Men desired them, women desired them. Those who desired them badly enough to become cruel eventually discovered that glamour backed by water is not an easy thing to injure. The singer learned which lovers could touch the body without demanding simplification in return. They learned which rooms wanted performance and which wanted intimacy. They learned that adornment for some people is not excess at all. It is breathable truth. By middle age, the singer kept a room where young people who had been cold too much could come and be instructed in the old watery arts. How to tie cloth so that the body feels authored rather than judged. How to scent the wrists without begging for anyone's validation. How to let desire remain sacred without handing it over to those who would weaponize shame. How to become legible to oneself before becoming legible to a crowd. The town still talked, of course. Towns always do. But they talked now with the resigned respect reserved for someone the sea has clearly decided to keep. And if anyone asked later which spirit had most loved the singer, the better answer was that love had come in more than one water. Yehmoja had wanted the body safe. Olohkun had wanted the soul unafraid of its own depth. Mami Wata had wanted beauty to stop apologizing for being unforgettable. Together they made not a scandal but a life, and that too belongs in any serious bedtime archive of sex, excess, and the sacred body. The mirror, the comb, the scent, the contract. Now let us come back to the first image, the earth beneath us, the night above us, and between them a patient body of water holding more memory than any one listener could ever finish. Picture again the surface, not storming, not threatening, only dark enough to keep its dignity. At the edge there is a ball, or a basin, or a slow pool among roots. Its surface has gone still enough to become a mirror. Do not force anything from it. That is not how these stories work. Just let the water hold your reflection for a moment. Let it hold the part of you that still wants, the part that still wonders, the part that has been walking around thirsty without naming the thirst. And now release the day from your jaw. Release it from your hands. Release it from the small muscles around the eyes. In as the tide gathers, and out as it leaves the shore polished and bare. In and out. Good, stay with that. The comb is set down, the mirror goes dark. The serpent is coiled in its own patience. The foreign bottles no longer glitter, the market is closed, the contract for tonight is only rest. And somewhere far off, where rivers remember the sea and the sea remembers all its passengers, a gate opens quietly, a song rises softly, and the water keeps its secrets without needing to shout them. You are safe on the shore. You are safe in the story. You are safe in your own slow breathing. Rest now in the hush, in the dark water, in the patient tide.
Mm-hmm.